Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumb.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh!
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted. But Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thank you. Cheers.
Good morning, everybody. It's time. I'm only going to have a partial show today because I won't be able to follow the entire thing all day. We're just going to do part one. Dr. Hannah's on the stand right now, and it seems like Dr. Hannah is going to shove a knife in Maya's back, and I don't know why. They said nice things about Dr. Hannah, but apparently now he's decided that her mother had Munchausen's all along. Curious. Curiouser and curiouser. I brought my laundry into the studio today, so I'm going to be folding. I've cleared off this side of my desk, so I can put stacks of laundry there. So I'm going to be multitasking. How are you guys doing? Make sure you like the stream and share it. Share it around. Share it with all the folks. Thank you, by the way, those of you who sent me. One of you sent me a meme. Half a meme that then I worked on for the duck scale of justice. Bring in the duck. And then I made this one. Your Honor, permission to bring in the duck. We may have to add Dr. Hannah to that, to the left side there. All right. Let's get over to the courtroom, shall we? No, that's the wrong address, Megan. That's not YouTube. All right. If you are watching me live right now, you could be watching in one of three places. I am live on YouTube, on Rumble, and on Facebook. Don't ask me why I'm on Facebook. It's no one ever comments there, but people seem to be watching it, but no one ever comments. It's weird. If you're here from Facebook, give us a shout out. Leave a comment so we know you're actually watching. All right. Maya trial day 21. Yeah, Dr. Henna is now pretending that she didn't have asthma either. And Maya is in the courtroom today, and I'm feeling really bad for her to have to sit there and listen to this. It is just like, will she ever be believed by another doctor ever again after this? I mean, can she go to a doctor and get medical care? The whole thing is so awful. Oh, just believe your patients, you know? It's very frustrating. All right. Oh, if you guys have seen, did you see the thumbnail today? I put the ghost of Thomas Jefferson crying over the injustice in this case. And I thought that was kind of clever. Because I don't know, if I were Thomas Jefferson, I'd be crying right now. Okay, let's
Kowalski was trying to harm
let's hear what
CRPS.
happened this morning.
Has been.
We are not currently seeking to be.
Let's see if they got their case ready. Do they know what they're doing? Last time we left off, the judge wanted them to get together with plaintiff's counsel and decide what they were arguing. Did she have CRPS? Does she have CRPS or doesn't she? Is her mother Munchausen or wasn't she? They're supposed to, the defense, come to a conclusion on that. Let's see if they did that, because the judge said that on Friday. You have until Monday. Let's see what happens.
This is case number 2018 CA 5321. Starting with the plaintiffs. Let's take appearances, please.
Good morning. Samantha Lawrence on behalf of the Kowalskis with assistance from Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney, and Jennifer Anderson.
Ms. Lawrence, good morning.
Miss
Howard
Lawrence.
Hunter, Your Honor, with Pat Crowell's, Ethan Shapiro, and David
Did you see how happy she was? Because she just got admitted to the bar. That's so fun. So she got to announce this morning.
Hughes and Chris Altenburn for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Our corporate representative today is Dr. Michelle Smith.
Morning. I'm trying to see if Mr. Altenburn's here. Mr. Hughes is blocking him.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but preliminary matter, I don't want to ignore the doctor in the room. Dr. Kirkpatrick is here. We have him under subpoena. We left a message with his office on Friday, which he acknowledged he got, that said he did not need to appear this morning. And he's here in the courtroom. And we've advised him we don't need him today. We told him on Friday not to come. But he's here. He's not released from his subpoena, so he can't stay in the courtroom. Not sure why he's here, sir, but I wanted to address the issue.
Is he, I'm trying to figure out where he is in the expert, treating expert panoply of experts.
I think the ruling from the court's been clear that if you're a treater, you don't get to, that the thing's been, that the rule's been invoked. If you're an expert, retained expert, it's not.
I thought the court had made a ruling as to Dr. Kirkpatrick in particular that he was going to be named an expert as opposed to a treating physician. But if I'm wrong, I'll tell him.
I thought they had to.
I think Dr. Kirkpatrick, as a treating physician, needs to be outside. If he were to be here all day for not being called as a witness, I mean, I don't know what's going on there.
We are not calling him as a witness today. We told him that on Friday, his office. We are not releasing him from his subpoena. Depending on where the trial goes and what evidence is in, we may or may not call him.
It's fine, Pat. After you're going to have to step down. Yeah.
I want to begin today, I guess our next issue today, since we already had our first issue, is to pick up where we were discussing at the end of the day on Friday, which I thought was a very illuminating discussion, but certainly Mr. Anderson and Mr. Hunter weren't in the room. I'm hoping each side has had an opportunity to discuss amongst the individual teams and hopefully with each other the issue that were discussed, i.e.
What is your case?
Whether there was going to be a claim for damages associated with Munchausen by proxy from the plaintiffs, and whether the defense had some further statement or clarification as to whether it was contending or not contending that.
What?
So
don't freeze.
Who's going to lead us off in this little discussion?
Since I was on the spot on Friday, I will. We filed last night a memorandum in response. I have a paper copy here for the court.
Is this the one about basically moving to conform the pleadings if we start talking about Munchausen by proxy?
As alternative relief, yes, Your Honor. So
I have read that one.
Okay, well then I'll be succinct. Our position is we are not currently seeking damages for the diagnosis or mere suspicion of Munchausen by proxy. We attempted to do so. That claim was brought for Beata Kowalski in our count 17 for medical malpractice. The defense filed a motion for summary judgment. They prevailed, arguing that they had made no such diagnosis. She was never a patient. Their licensure prevents them from treating or evaluating people older than 22, and that Munchausen by proxy, if it appeared in the records, was a mere suspicion. So for all those reasons, we are not and have not sought damages in this case for Munchausen by proxy. None of our psychiatric experts testified to anything relevant to Munchausen by proxy, the diagnostic criteria, anything of the sort. So we object to the admission of evidence at this point of Munchausen by proxy or documents aimed at shoring up suspicions of Munchausen by proxy. If the defense prevails on this argument, then we do move to reassert count 17 and move forward with the medical malpractice.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Please, the court, I'll take these in order if you wish.
Okay, in case
The first thing I heard was a question.
in case you didn't understand that, the plaintiff tried to get damages on the Munchausen by proxy diagnosis, but the summary judgment went against them because the defense argued, we never diagnosed her. Johns Hopkins didn't have the authority to diagnose her. We're a children's hospital. We couldn't have done that. It was just a suspicion. All right, fine. So they lose the medical malpractice there. And they're saying, okay, so in that case, we're not saying that we're not going after damages for that. But if the defense now decides to turn around and make its case about Beata having Munchausen, we're going to put that back in. And we're going to have to fight about it again, and we'll probably win.
Question of our position with respect to the question of whether there is CRPS here. I'll address that first. Our position is and has been that Maya Kowalski does not have CRPS.
Oh, really?
That she has a psychogenic disorder of some sort, and that is what we suspected at the time of hospitalization.
Of some sort.
And that is what we had charted throughout the hospitalization. Throughout the hospitalization, however, we never ruled out CRPS. It cannot be definitively ruled out.
What?
As a matter of fact, I'm sure you'll hear
again the non-binary defense. This is the non-binary defense. Again, we don't think she has CRPS, but it can't be ruled out. What? So that allows them to argue on one hand she does have it when it's advantageous to them, or she doesn't have it when it's also advantageous to them.
Our experts cross-examine tomorrow with an observation in his report that while he does not believe that she had CRPS, it cannot be definitively ruled out, or at least reasonable minds can differ with respect to that. The point here is, however, and has been, that the treatment rendered for the purported CRPS was inappropriate. That was suspected at the time of hospitalization, and that is our position to this day. The point here is that this patient had a pain syndrome of some sort.
Oh, really?
And
Now
whether
you
it was
think she was in
CRPS
pain?
or whether she was a victim of Munchausen by proxy.
That's not a pain syndrome. Munchausen syndrome by proxy is not a pain syndrome. So you're saying she has a pain syndrome and then also blaming it on Munchausen? You can't get a pain syndrome from someone inflicting or, convincing you that you're sick. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Or had conversion disorder or some other psychogenic pain.
So you have no idea. You still have no clue what's wrong with this child. None. And you never did.
Syndrome. The point remains that the treatment for those conditions is the same. The standard of care treatment for those conditions is the same. Whether it's CRPS, a pain syndrome associated with Munchausen's, or conversion disorder, or some derivation of the two or three, the treatment is all the same. That's where we are coming
Doubtful.
from. That's where we've been. Now, as far as the...
Are you telling me that you would give anesthetics to someone who was a victim of Munchausen syndrome by proxy? No, you would not. But the treatment for CRPS necessarily includes pain management drugs, either oxycodone, tramadol, propofol, all sorts of pain management drugs. The treatment for someone who is faking does not include those dangerous drugs. No. Give me a break.
Munchausen's by proxy is concerned, I would direct your Honor's attention to what plaintiffs have indicated is the 8th amended complaint. In paragraphs 27 and 28, there is an express allegation that we were remiss in diagnosing Maya with a variety of psychiatric conditions and alleging that none of them were treated. There's also an allegation that with reference to Munchausen by proxy in that same paragraph, and another in paragraph 130. In opening statement, counsel indicated that the plaintiffs were going to prove that the allegations that Beata Kowalski was trying to harm her children.
Hey, Flux, by the way, I DM'd you. Good to see you, honey. Welcome to the stream, my internet daughter. I've sent you a DM this morning. I hope you read it. Love you.
Both Kyle and MK caused her in the end to, quote, lose control of the maternal instinct and resulted in suicide, unquote. There are multiple other references in opening statement to the same type of allegation. The allegation that Beata was wrongfully accused of Munchausen's or of attempting to harm her children or taking inappropriate care of her children goes to the heart of plaintiff's allegations of intentional infliction of emotional distress. The point that is being made throughout here, we think, by the plaintiffs, is that these allegations against the defendant, are the soul of the case. They can't run from that, Your Honor, and preventing us at this point from proving up, as we intend to do today and tomorrow, that Munchausen's was a reasonable suspicion, if not the correct diagnosis, goes to the heart of the defense.
But the diagnosis goes to mom and not to Maya.
That is correct, Your Honor, but it's material to Maya for this reason.
Nobody has
Munchausen by proxy
expertise.
may well be and probably is an adult diagnosis. It's a diagnosis.
Yeah, probably
of
it
the
is.
perpetrator.
And nobody diagnosed her. Why is he not? What happened to
The point
that?
is that she's a victim of Munchausen by proxy and or a conversion disorder that is associated with it. That was what was thought at the time. That is what we think today. The question of whether there is a diagnosis of Maya personally, her individually, with Munchausen by proxy is a red herring. The point is that syndrome, we believe there was reasonable cause to suspect and conclude existed, and that it was influencing what was happening and being exhibited in behavior by Maya. That's the point.
And what were the specific allegations in the complaint that you referenced?
In paragraph
Judge, if you allow this,
128, let me make sure I get them all here, Judge.
if you allow this, this is outrageous.
While Maya, under paragraph 128, while Maya was under its care, JHACH failed to develop a coherent treatment plan for Maya, with its doctors and staff consistently denying Maya's CRPS diagnosis and instead diagnosing Maya with a variety of psychiatric conditions, none of which were treated. Even when advised by pain physicians at other medical institutions that JHACH's approach and diagnosis were inconsistent and mutually exclusive, JHACH failed to correct its approach to Maya's care. In early January, as JHACH was hell-bent on painting Maya as a psychiatric patient while still maintaining to the dependency court that she was a victim of Munchausen by proxy, a physician at Kennedy Krieger grew frustrated with the management team and physicians during a call and advised that, quote, Munchausen and conversion are competing disorders and JHACH needs to pick one. That this did not occur to JHACH as they persisted in their unsound approach is a breach of the highest order. Now that,
So I asked what paragraph site. Can you just tell me what paragraph?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's paragraph 128 I just read. Sorry.
No worries. I just want to know so I can go back and read for myself. So just tell me whatever specific allegations that you want me to look at.
And you might also consult paragraph 129 and 130, as well as paragraph 131 and 132. Now that's in the operative Eighth Amendment complaint. If you refer to the opening statement, you will see the passage that I just referred to, as well as a number of others. We did a word search over the weekend of the plaintiff's transcripts that we have thus far, not all of them. We see 64 references to Munchausen's by proxy in the plaintiff's case. The idea, the central point of the overarching allegations, as I understand them to be, and as the defense has developed its case, are essentially twofold. Number one, there is an allegation that we failed to appreciate and honor, if you will, a diagnosis of CRPS that this patient had received from essentially 2, if not 3, outpatient physicians. We were alleged to have been negligent in not recognizing that diagnosis, accepting that diagnosis, and continuing the care of that diagnosis as had been outlined by Drs. Kirkpatrick, Cantu, and Hannah.
Don't worry, Ray, we're not live. I'm behind by about 2 hours.
Which that we believe to have been destructive and dangerous. But the allegation is that we failed to proceed with treating her in accordance with that diagnosis and that treatment plan. The secondary allegation is that instead of doing that, we suspected a psychogenic component to her presentation. We suspected a psychogenic component to the way in which she was presenting her pain syndrome, as did, by our count, approximately 40 other physicians at 2 other institutions, at Lurie Children's and Tampa General. That
So
we
what?
suspected that there was Munchausen's by proxy.
So what is the standard of care for someone that you suspect has a psychological disorder to hold her down and strip her against her will and take photographs and separate her from her parents and give her more psychological pain? Is that it? Is that your standard of care? You're so full of shit, Hunter, and you know it. By the way, I've come into contact with thank you to one of our listeners who sent me the transcript of one of the family court hearings in the Kowalski case. I have a 100 and some page transcript, and I am setting up a dramatic reading of it with Legal Vices and Chandler Remington. Flux, you might want to join us on that too. I think I need another female voice, and I need another man. Maybe we'll ask Valhalla. Valhalla, are you here today? Maybe you can help us out with that. But we're going to be reading through. Boy, do we get those so rarely. This is really something, and it's going to really piss you off. But we have to understand the underlying facts in the case. Not to mention, Mr. Hunter was in attendance at this trial, at the hearing. So Mr. Hunter was making the argument. And actually, one part of it made me really angry. Hunter was actually arguing for Maya to have more contact with her family. So on one hand, he recognized that she needed to be reintegrated with her family because nothing they were doing was helping her get better. He admitted it. Nothing they were doing at Johns Hopkins was making her any better. So he was now arguing that she should get more time with her family. And then he has the nerve to come in here and say they did everything right. Fuck no. Oh, good, Flux. Great. Then I will invite you. I'll put you on the invite list for that. We're trying to figure out a day when Legal Vices can be here without being terribly tired. We were thinking Friday night around 8 p.m. If that's good for you, Flux, let me know. But I'm going to reach out to Valhalla too, because we need more male voices.
And or conversion disorder and or factitious disorder, depending upon which of those you subscribe to. And there's a good deal of controversy about them that Your Honor is about to hear a good bit more about. But the point is that the soul of their allegation against us is that we suspected the psychogenic constellation of presentation symptoms, and that was a deviation from the standard of care.
Nuh-uh, not the suspicion. No, sir. No, let me remind you what this deviation from the standard of care was. You threw Jesus in a dumpster, sir. You had Jesus disposed of in a dumpster. You took cake from a child. You took her holy water. You took her rosary. You took her prayer book. You sicked people on her like this. You kept her from her family. You had no checks or oversight at the hospital. We know that because the administrator admitted it. I didn't know. Nobody told me. Didn't have any clue that you guys were keeping a little girl hostage in a room for 48 hours with the toilet out of her reach, which is unethical. That's what you're being accused of. You gave her 3 hours of physical therapy. 3 hours. That is not the standard of care. You held her down while nurses were swearing at her, trying to shove a tube down her nose. Then you had a bunch of nurses get up on the stand and lie that she was the one swearing when it was damn well them. Your Honor, I need permission to bring in the duck. We're going to need to weigh Mr. Hunter on the duck scale because I'm starting to question his alliance. Is he with the good side or with the evil side?
Here, in the way we pursued that and allegedly failed to properly treat it.
Let me attempt to articulate some thoughts I had that I've been spending over the weekend trying to coalesce into something hopefully articulable. Assume for the sake of argument, mom had Munchausen or whatever of those terms you wish.
We're listening,
to
Judge.
apply. So just assume that to
Let's
be
just
true.
assume that to be true.
Does that change anything with respect to how the hospital should be treating its patient, who is not the mom?
Nope.
But Maya. And I just as, like that, the question of whether mom has Munchausen, to me sounds like something that would have been front and center in the dependency court on the medical neglect, medical abuse case. In the dependency court, of course, that we're not trying the Chapter 39 aspect in this case. Just like the jury knows that DCF was involved and there was a dependency court, it knows that the position of Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital was that mom had this. But in this lawsuit, do we need to prove whether mom had it?
In the dependency hearing that I have the transcript for, that we're going to read probably Friday night, it appeared that Johns Hopkins had given up arguing that because they were seriously considering and trying to get Beata Kowalski and Jack to take the child to another state hospital in the custody of the family. So if they truly believed that she had Munchausen, would they be doing that? They were still letting Beata make appointments, you guys. She was the one doing all the calling to the hospitals that they wanted to transfer her to. Now, why would you let someone you say is a child abuser do all your research? And what? They didn't believe it. They knew they fucked up and they were trying to get her gone out of Johns Hopkins. That's it. Wait till you see this transcript, you guys. Wait till we read it. It is absurd. And thank you, Christina Thompson. I agree with you 100%. If she had a mental health condition, isolating her from her support network was dire. And same thing with Beata. If they believed Beata was psychologically disordered, isolating her from her family was dire for her, as we have seen. All right, come on, Judge Carroll. Bring it home.
Or not. And that's,
let's back up.
But in this lawsuit, do we need to prove whether mom had it or not? And that's what I continue to struggle with, because it doesn't seem to me that it really goes to your medical malpractice case. And I was thinking,
well, then the defense needs
to go.
Well, then the defense needs to shut up about it. If that's the case, and the plaintiff cannot use it in their medical malpractice, then the defense needs to stop putting witnesses on the stand to falsely allege that Beata had Munchausen. They need to be prevented from doing that. But I don't think he's going to, because I just heard Dr. Hannah on the stand after this claim that he believes she had Munchausen. He's an allergist, for fuck's sake. What the hell does he know?
To your defense of the intentional infliction of emotional distress count.
Wait, what?
Of the to your, and I was thinking over the weekend, like, well, does it go to your defense of the intentional infliction of emotional distress count? And obviously, I think the concept that you believed that to be the case, that mom did have it, I think is relevant.
Ugh.
But
no.
At what point do we need to keep
going
on and on and on and trying to prove mom has Munchausen? Because
she's dead.
Even if that's true, how does that change?
It doesn't.
What was done or not done to Maya?
So make them stop.
In this case,
they're slandering a dead woman.
I think you've got some traction with me in the intentional infliction count, but I just what started all this is a whole series of emails and possible blogs about what was going on with Maya that doesn't seem to have anything to do with medical malpractice, but perhaps it does with intentional infliction. That's kind of the dichotomy. So if you'd like to comment on my rumblings there, I'll give you a chance. Because ultimately I need to make decisions on admission of
Rumblings.
evidence.
He meant ramblings.
I understand, Judge. I'm kind of flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted. By what?
Well, once I do that, Mr. Altenburn, then I'm opening up, and I was trying to keep us more focused on proceeding forward. Mr. Hunter.
Just so you guys know, I have to get out of here sometime around
You start by
2:30 or 3
noting
today. We have senior
that
photos.
Based
So
upon Your Honor's rulings,
I won't be
this is
around
not
all day
just a medical
today.
malpractice case. A lot of it is a medical malpractice case, no question. But it's a battery case, it's a false imprisonment case, it's a negligent infliction of emotional distress case, it's an intentional infliction of emotional distress case. Over and over and over again, we have heard from the plaintiffs. This evidence sponsored, that evidence submitted on the basis that it went to the plaintiffs or the decedent's state of mind. The decedent's state of mind is what caused, allegedly, her to commit suicide. Her state of mind was created, allegedly, by what? By her daughter's disease? Probably. But the allegation against us is that we created.
Her state of mind at the time of suicide was because you separated her from her daughter and you were torturing her in a hospital with nurse ratchets, like 5 of them, 5 nurse ratchets, at least, maybe more, and some doctors. Let's remind who they were. We had the social worker, Kathy Beatty. We had this one, Nurse Ratchet in the PICU, who didn't believe her. We had this one, the child abuse doctor who didn't believe her. We had this one over here, who was I don't know. I can't remember these people's names. I can't. Bring in the duck. That's what I want. Bring in the duck.
Her state of mind. And we created her state of mind by doing as was suggested in opening, and that is that we were suggesting that her actions and her approach to her child's disease was harming the child. We're accused, that includes we, and there's been confabulation about that.
No, you're accused of not just that,
are
though.
accused of separating the child from the mother.
Yes, you did. You did.
Because of the allegation
It was your call, your doctor.
that the mother was doing harm to her child.
Mm-hmm.
That allegation is based around Munchausen by proxy.
39.
The defense of this case, with all respect, Your Honor, whether it's malpractice, whether it's false imprisonment, whether it's any of these things, all of the defense of this case rests upon the proposition that the pattern and practice of therapeutic and maternal behavior here was dangerous and inappropriate to this child. And that is why reports were made. And that is why suspicions were hatched. And that is why we attempted to act as we did.
Yeah. This is a good time to remind you that the merch store is open and you can go and buy your Megan Fox merch. See, this one says, "Oh, for Fox's sake." Isn't it cute? Isn't it cute? You can go and buy that in the merch store. The links are in the description. As I sit here and fold my laundry, that came to me as a good time to stop and remind you of that. Or, for instance, if you like the objection hearsay merch, this is one of my favorite sweatshirts. Haha. It says objection hearsay, #men too, from the Johnny Depp trial. So get on over there and get yourself some merch, support the channel. Let's get back to this.
With respect to the discharge of the child or the lack thereof, and the circumstances under which we attempted to treat her and to transfer her elsewhere for more treatment in accordance with the standard of care. But we cannot defend our case, Your Honor, without the idea being a centerpiece that it was reasonable for us to suspect that there was a Munchausen by proxy or a factitious disorder by proxy going on here. And
Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't advocate.
Acting upon that as we did and attempting to treat this patient as we did.
In other words, come on, StreamYard. Don't do this to me.
Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't advocate.
We can't defend this case, Your Honor, unless you let us pull this dirty shit.
That is central to the defense of the case. If you emasculate that, you emasculate that defense. And I don't know what I can tell you beyond that. What you're going to hear today is from a witness who months before we ever saw this patient suspected the same thing. We believe that to be directly relevant to what we did, what we suspected, and how we did it. You're going to hear from our treating physician, Dr. Elliott, one of our employees, about what he encountered, how he responded, what he did. You're going to hear from an expert tomorrow that will pull all of this together, we hope. But I have to tell you, Your Honor, this is inimical and central to what they've alleged against us and to our defense against it.
Let me hear from Mr. Whitten, and I will tell you what I'm hearing about, at least with respect to the intentional infliction of emotional distress count, that there may be some need for some of the evidence that was being discussed on Friday afternoon. So, Mr. Whitney, let me hear from you, and then we'll move on.
Well, I'll start there with the intentional infliction of emotional distress. The contours of the hospital's conduct and Ms. Kowalski's conduct and what was not allowable and what was allowable with respect to their visitation or their supervision all goes to Chapter 39. So what we've brought forward on intentional infliction are things that have nothing to do with Munchausen by proxy. Catherine Beatty sitting there on phone calls. Catherine Beatty telling Jack to divorce his wife. Catherine Beatty saying that she's going to adopt Maya and be her mother. None of these things have to do with Munchausen by proxy.
Preach.
Listening to Mr. Hunter, the phrases that he uses give away that the Munchausen by proxy is wedded to Chapter 39 proceedings. He talks about justifying the separation. Justifying the separation is what they were doing in the dependency court. And those orders separated the mother and child, but there's no need to justify the separation unless you're going to relitigate the Chapter 39 proceeding. He talks about suspicions. He talks about reports, hotline reports. These all go straight to Chapter 39. Even the allegations he points to in our medical malpractice claim, in paragraph 128, Munchausen and conversion are competing disorders. When we tried to introduce that note out of the risk management file, it was excluded because it was central to Chapter 39. In paragraph 130, the mention of Nurse Ashley stating that Maya exhibited textbook Munchausen. Yes, that's in our claim, but the court's been drawing lines, and one of the lines it's drawn is that hotline reports are out. Nurse Ashley's characterization as textbook Munchausen is in the first or the second hotline call. That's not part of this case. Even if the defense was allowed to put in all of this evidence, they can't close the loop. They have no expert on causation. They have no expert on it. They don't have an adult psychiatrist. They would need an adult psychiatrist. There's no dispute about this. The DSM-5 says the perpetrator receives this diagnosis. It's the adult. They would need an adult psychiatrist to come in here to close the loop. The context of
this is very important for everybody suffering with this, with these false allegations. The way you win this in court is to point out that a diagnosis of Munchausen syndrome by proxy requires, by necessity, a diagnosis by a psychological professional, a psychiatrist. I don't even think a psychologist can do it. You need a psychiatric exam. And none of these people ever do that. They just throw out the allegation, and the ghost of Thomas Jefferson is crying, watching what happens to these poor people. Because they're guilty until proven innocent. They have to prove their own innocence, which is totally unbearable and unsustainable for the American justice system. Elsie Merritt says the judge will allow it because he has to give the defense a fighting chance and will make it harder for J. Hatch to appeal the verdict against them. That's a very interesting statement, possibly. That absolutely could be true. The judge has to give them every benefit because the judge has been working hard to not give them a reason to appeal. Of course, they are going to appeal. Kelly R., thanks for the super chat, says, I was on a jury for a civil case and knew we were there just deciding compensation. Is this what this is about, just deciding compensation? Well, we can hope. We think so far that the jury is on the plaintiff's side. But this is still the defense's case, and they keep bringing up doctor after doctor and nurse after nurse to claim that they all saw the same things and that this kid is not sick. And, Oh, Flux, are you saying we're getting to the part where you couldn't watch it anymore? Is it bad? Oh, let's all hold hands. Let's all hold hands while we get through it.
of 64 references to Munchausen by proxy in our case. There's no specific citation, and I did not review the transcripts that they have. But the court will call the Munchausen by proxy term is what was thrown around in that transfer diagnosis to the Moors in the midst of the patient.
I have to slow him down a
I'm
little.
willing to wager that 95% plus of those references to Munchausen by proxy are specific discussions around that transfer diagnosis and the reasons that Jack and Beata declined transfer under those circumstances. Nothing about our experts getting on the stand and making arguments or opinions about whether Munchausen by proxy was or was not the appropriate diagnosis. And lastly, on the psychogenic constellation of Maya Kowalski, the psychogenic constellation of diagnoses of Maya Kowalski does not include Munchausen by proxy. It cannot. The psychogenic constellation of Maya Kowalski has to do with what their psychologist diagnosed, Dr. Katzenstein, who I think we hear from today, psychological factors affecting other medical conditions. That's the DSM-5 diagnosis of Maya Kowalski, confirming that she has CRPS, but she has a psychogenic overlay on that. The other diagnoses they entertained for Maya Kowalski in this psychogenic constellation are factitious disorder, not factitious disorder imposed on another, but factitious disorder of Maya Kowalski and conversion disorder. So there are at least 3 diagnoses of Maya Kowalski that they threw around that compose this psychogenic constellation. None of them are Munchausen by proxy. They go specifically to Beata. So again, if Mr. Hunter's argument persuades this court, we move to reassert count 17.
Yes.
Because now they're claiming they did make a diagnosis of
Yes,
Munchausen
do
by
that.
proxy. They want to argue all about it. And so we
Yep.
want Beata Kowalski's medical malpractice claim back.
And we should get her psychological exam in.
Are
Because
there
her
other
psych-
issues?
her psych
It's
exam said
getting
she
close
was
to 9 o'clock. Other issues that
normal.
we have to address before we bring in this jury.
I don't believe so, Judge. I just point out that as counsel just made reference to, an inimical point of the false imprisonment claim is the fact that there was a transfer offered, there was a transfer that was put together. You're going to hear more about it tomorrow morning, and it was refused. Why was it refused? Because of that diagnosis. Because of the diagnosis. Because to almost directly quote, we would be admitting to Munchausen by proxy, to child abuse, if we signed off on those transfer papers.
what?
They put this in the case from day one, Judge, and
You
you can't
did.
run from it now.
But okay,
Your hospital put that on the transfer
How does
papers, not them.
you proving
The
that Maya
hell?
did or did not have
Hunter.
it change Beata's state of mind as to her decision not to sign the transfers concerning or when there was any sort of possible reference. And I think, though, that came later as opposed to the October date.
Yes, correct.
So, let's try not to conflate those. I'm having enough trouble keeping those two apart in my mind myself. But, I feel like I've clipped the plaintiff's wings very hard on trying to keep Chapter 39 out. And it just seems that now that I've done that, the defense wants to make this case in trying to prove that Beata had Munchausen, which seems to be the heart of what was going to be in the dependency court, which is what I was not letting in the plaintiff's case in chief.
Oh
With all
boy.
respect, Your Honor,
Oh, boy.
you have ruled on the Chapter 39, and to be honest with you, I have yet to understand where the dividing line is on this. But what I do know is this. What I do know is that the remaining case against us, whether it's the false imprisonment or the intentional infliction or the negligent infliction of the malpractice, is all bound up in in what we suspected and what we did and how we ruled on it, and the impact of that on Mrs. Kowalski's state of mind and on her conduct. And that's, I mean, if Your Honor tries to.
All right, hold on. I got to restart. I got to refresh StreamYard. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I really hate it that I keep having to do that, but it is what it is. All right, let's move on. Let's keep listening to Hunter.
Carve that out of this case. It eviscerates a major portion of the defense and puts us in a completely untenable position. I would suggest to the court that Mr. Whitney's argument is for the jury. It's not for admissibility.
What?
I would urge Your Honor to let this go forward and let us try our case.
Are there other issues that we have to address prior to the jury coming in?
Well, Judge, the first witness is on this issue.
On Viata's, whether she has.
Oh, he's going to let it in because I already heard.
Judge,
Hannah.
the first witness is Dr. Elvin Mendez.
Oh, Mendez.
Of Fort Myers.
I thought it was
Dr.
Hannah.
Mendez saw this patient in October of 2015.
Oh.
In December of 2015.
Hold on.
He was consulted regarding immunization.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought that was Dr. Hannah. I just said some nasty things about Dr. Hannah, and it's the wrong guy. Because I heard that they were calling Dr. Hannah this week. So whoever they're putting on, Mendes, he's an allergist. It was not, so those of you who are catching up from behind, or I'm sorry, I said Hannah. I didn't mean it. It was Mendes.
Therapy. And after 2 visits with this patient, he indicated in one of his conclusions that Munchausen by proxy should be considered, and he advised Dr. Wasenauer of that fact in a copy of a letter to him. The point of his testimony is exactly this, and the point of his testimony is, frankly, a point I thought I tried to make an opening, and that is that we stumbled upon this trail and followed it. It was not a new trail.
Mr. Altenberg.
2 completely unrelated things.
I thought
I'm
one
only
horse,
here
one
for a
rider.
little while, hopefully, to find out, if
Come
you
forward,
looked at
Alden
the
Burn, to the
instruction
microphone.
You're contemplating on the visitation at all, because Mr. Elliott and I need to kind of get closure on that, because by Wednesday, we really need to have had that instruction read. The other thing I was waiting to see was how many counts was going to be gone or not on directed verdict, so I can finish the jury instructions.
All right, what timestamp
Well,
are they?
I don't have
on?
time to address that right now.
Hold on, I'm trying to find out where they might be right now. That would be, when did he step in it? When this woman was on the stand, this woman in the white, or right afterwards? Tell me when he stepped in it, because if we need to fast forward, if we need to jump ahead to catch up on something big, it looks like Mary's telling us that Shapiro did something that may have opened the door to the SA so it was while the woman in white was on the stand. All right, should we jump forward to see, because they're on a break now trying to figure out what to do with Shapiro after he did whatever he did. So, all right, let me see where we're at here. We're at 2:40:27, and we'll jump ahead about 5 minutes before. All right, let's see. We'll jump ahead here. Who is this woman?
This description that she provided would be similar to what we call a Tanner staging. So a physician for a child between the ages of 8 to 10 would be looking at puberty. They would be looking at pubic hair development, breast bud formation. So my understanding was this is part of a typical medical examination in which
Oh, are they proffering her? Oh my God. About this particular situation. So it's before this. All right. Hold on.
I was not asked to go in. And then the next day I followed up with the family and Maya in her room.
Just a couple questions before I yield to
before
Mr.
sidebar?
Anderson or Mr. Whitney. Did Maya ever
So right about where I am?
you all in the hospital about any negative interactions?
Here we go.
No.
In fact, did Maya ever complain to you about any concerns she had with mistreatment in the hospital?
No.
Did
please.
Let me just say this while they're on the sidebar, because I don't want to fast forward because I have something to say. If it was a Tanner stage 2 exam, Okay, I've been in the room when the doctor did that to my children. They check for, like she said, pubic hair and stages of, signs of puberty. However, when my doctor would do that, he would say to the child first, he would say, now I need to check, and I'm asking your permission. He would say this first. I'm asking your permission to check inside your underwear because I need to look for signs of puberty, but I want to talk to you about it first. No one is ever allowed to do this without your permission, without no strangers. Let's talk about who can look inside your underwear first. He would do that with them. He would say, mom and dad, when they're, giving you a bath, or when you have some kind of problem they need to look at, or, but never, or at the doctor when mom and dad are in the room and that's appropriate, but who's not allowed to look inside your underwear? And like he'd have this whole conversation before he took their pants down. And it was, I mean, yeah, he is a really good doctor. We have a wonderful pediatrician, but that's the kind of thing. And you would never do that with a child with no one else in the room as a advocate for the child. You would never, ever, ever do that. And if a doctor just, according to Maya, walked in and said, I need to take a peek, that is not a good enough explanation. No, 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 absolutely not. So I don't like her explanation that I just heard a couple seconds ago about, oh, well, it's a Tanner stage 2. No, I've been through those examinations with my children, and the doctor always, always gives them the talk about who is allowed to look inside your underwear, to let them know that that's your private area. You need to give me permission first, and I'm telling you why I'm doing it. This is what I'm looking for. That's the only reason why I'm doing it. And no one's allowed to touch you there. No one, they do that. They do that with a good doctor does that. Maya didn't get any of that. That's garbage. And if they're going to let her they should not let her get away with that explanation. But yeah, it's manufacturing justification after the fact, Nick. Absolutely correct. Yep, absolutely right. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go.
Longer than just a couple of moments. So I'm going to ask you to retreat back.
All right, jury goes out. Proffer starts.
In your records, you had put down,
Come on, Anderson, get in the microphone.
1001, 3817. 1001, 3817. There you go, bottom of the page. You put, she denied a history of sexual abuse. Do you see that? Yes. She stated that one time previously, a doctor had looked at her private parts, but did not touch her, and it made her feel uncomfortable. You see that?
Yes. Is this her own
And then
note?
she denied suicidal ideations. Upon receiving a note from this child in the context, and would you agree with me that the context you had set up was a history of sexual abuse? Would you agree that that was the first way, the lead into the next question?
I asked the question of all my patients if they've experienced abuse.
Right. And immediately after that,
what?
A 10-year-old girl says, one time previously, a doctor looked at her private parts, but did not touch her, and it made her feel uncomfortable. You see that?
Yes.
What is repression or suppression of sexual incident in children?
Also, can I point out what in the actual hell did anyone in that hospital have a right to be doing a Tanner stage 2 exam on her? Like, that's what gets done at a physical. Were they giving her a physical? Give me a break. They were there to treat her pain. She was there for pain. And they were trying to figure out whether it's conversion disorder or something else. Why was there a Tanner stage 2 exam? Bullshit. This is bullshit.
What do they do if they have something bad happen to them sexually that they don't understand?
In some cases, when a child has experienced a sexual assault, they may not remember it at that time. In
Fix
this
the
case,
microphone.
what I saw here, when my discussions with Maya, was she said she had previously, at another organization, had a doctor look at her private parts. But it was part of a medical examination, and that individual did not touch her.
Well, doctor, would you agree with me that a 10-year-old child, or perhaps even younger child, may not know exactly what constitutes sexual assault or sexual battery?
In this situation, a physician looking at the private parts of a patient would be part of a typical medical examination.
That,
No,
and are you aware of the prior proper of Maya Kowalski in this case?
No,
All right. Well,
I
in
don't know.
circumstance,
I don't know what you're speaking of.
Sure. Well, Maya Kowalski, your patient that you were describing here. If it was such that Maya Kowalski actually had a physician come in, a male physician, described specifically by height, weight, what the physician had on, a name tag, everything else, who came through the door and said, and walked up to her without a chaperone saying, "Can I take a peek?" And then went and pulled her drawstrings down below her vagina, pulled her panties down below her vagina, and stared at her vagina for a period of time long enough for the child to feel uncomfortable, and then turn around and left saying, "Thanks." Would that be the type of information that you would find necessary to report?
That was not what was reported to me.
I'm not asking you that, ma'am. I'm asking you if that set of facts came to your attention, would that be something you would have to report?
If there was a hypothetical situation where a patient presented to me a concern where any team member in our organization made them feel uncomfortable, outside of typical medical care, because sometimes medical care is uncomfortable, then I would talk to our risk management team. And if it met the statutes for potential abuse, neglect, abandonment per the Florida statutes for a report to DCF, I would make a report.
Well, you don't necessarily have to have risk management to do that. You are allowed.
she didn't make a report. Holy shit. Guys, it is typical for a doctor to check for signs of puberty, which includes pubic hair. But they also sometimes can just ask. I think it only happened to, I think it was only one of my kids, and one said no, she didn't want him to look. So he just asked her, well, do you have, is there pubic hair? And then she said yes or no. I don't remember at the time how old she was. And he didn't. So yeah, the kid has a right to say no to that. But it is a typical exam for one physical in that age range, but it's a physical. It's like you're getting your, the physical that you have to have for school, and they have to mark down what stage your child is in the Tanner chart. So if it's Tanner stage 2, there's going to be signs of puberty beginning, which is going to involve those things. Breast buds on girls, a pubic hair on both. So they're gonna need to know that, and put it in the physical. But no, this is by themselves, by himself, like a one doctor, no nurse, no mother in the room, no.
Licensed reporter, you would have to report no matter what risk management said. Isn't that true?
If it met the criteria for abuse, neglect, or abandonment.
In this, you say, Maya told you, she stated, one time previously, a doctor looked at her private parts. She did not say a doctor at another hospital, did she?
She said previously, which meant for me at a different organization.
She had been at Johns Hopkins now for over, 10 days? Right. Did you know of any other organizations or hospitals she had been at?
Yes.
All right. How did you distinguish then between all of the doctors that had come and gone in Maya's life from the time she came in on the 7th, or even previously visits at Johns Hopkins, from non-Johns Hopkins doctors?
I utilized the word previously in my notes because it meant at a previous organization.
And why would it matter where it was if the child's comment there let you know someone stared at her privates and made her feel uncomfortable?
It would be for comprehensiveness of my documentation.
Well,
yeah, I also want to point out that when my doctor did that to my kid, all he did was pull up the underwear band. He did not take their underwear off. That is not necessary. He quickly lifted it up and put it right back down. That's it. That taking them all the way off. Ugh, God, for what purpose?
it wouldn't really matter though, would it? It doesn't matter whether it's a Johns Hopkins doctor or if it's a doctor from down the street or anyone. That's still a reportable offense, is it not?
This is not a reportable offense.
But the point is you didn't follow up to find out if it was, did you?
This is not a reportable offense. This was part of typical medical care. There was no abuse, neglect, or abandonment.
How could you possibly know what was going on in that child's mind based on just that statement?
I asked her the questions. She told me that she felt uncomfortable and that she was not touched.
And 10-year-olds don't even really know what sexual abuse is in many instances. True?
In many cases, 10-year-olds do know what that is and are openly reporting it.
Yes, but in many cases they do not.
In some cases, I cannot speak to the situation. I wrote down what she reported to me.
Particularly in an instance where a child is being held, let's say, at a hospital, and a lot of doctors come and go in there. That child may not know what's appropriate and what isn't appropriate, correct?
Each situation would vary. She had been to a number of hospitals and organizations.
If this was not a reportable offense, tell us the specific date, time, and circumstances of this encounter between Maya and a doctor.
I do not know, previous to her hospitalization with us.
You're a licensed reporter, are you not?
Everyone in the state of Florida over the age of 18
You're
is a
a
mandated
pediatric-
reporter.
Sorry, excuse me.
Let me stop. Let me stop. Can you relate to me your encounter with Maya Kowalski about this incident?
What I have written here is what I recall from that.
Curious, she doesn't recall
Well,
anything.
Did you follow up with questions about the incident, or it's just she made the statement and then you moved on?
Well, this would have been a summary of my discussion with her. So I would have asked, were you touched? Did that physician touch you? No.
So I'm trying to ask you to relate as best as you can remember your discussion with Maya Kowalski that generated.
So it's
this.
fine if they don't touch you?
So in my discussion with her, I would have asked about potential sexual abuse in the past. Back and forth in our conversation, she declined that that happened. She described a situation at a previous organization where a doctor had looked at her private parts during a medical exam and that she was not touched.
And the conclusion that was a previous organization, is that what Maya said, or is that a conclusion you drew?
I utilized the word previously, which would have been that she told me it happened at another organization,
Okay, so she didn't say it was another organization. She just said previously.
not here.
Did she say not here?
I have previously, which means to me it meant not at Johns Hopkins All Children's.
You can continue, Mr. Anderson.
Isn't it true that previously that term could mean the day before, or it could have meant the month before?
I would have considered it all to be in the context of the current hospitalization.
I'm not asking you that, ma'am. I'm just asking you as a matter of the English language. The term previously could have been from the day before or a month before. True?
Previously means prior to that time.
And prior to that time, for the 10 days before, where had Maya been?
She was at the hospital.
Which hospital?
And all the doctors that she
Hopkins?
saw would be at that hospital, right?
Yes. Well, not necessarily. They may have medical staff privileges, but they may not be employed by the hospital.
The vast majority of
The
them would
majority.
be Johns Hopkins doctors. And yet with that knowledge, you still did not pursue with this child any further details, did you?
Listen, Joseph, why is it difficult to know what's happening? Because I'm busy folding laundry and jumping around in the timeline and not filling in what's happening in between. Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you what's happening in between because we don't know. We were back watching an argument in the beginning, but we found out that the possible SA that Maya reported might be coming into this case. And so we are going to watch this proffer of this witness to see if it does come in, and then we'll go back to where we were. Is that good enough for you? Is that okay? Because I just wanted to know what was going on currently, but we will go back and hear the other testimony. Just calm down. Everybody calm the hell down.
This description that she provided would be similar to what we call a Tanner staging. So a physician between the ages, for a child between the ages of 8 to 10, would be looking at puberty. They would be looking at pubic hair development, breast bud formation. So my understanding was this was part of a typical medical examination in which a Tanner staging was being completed.
You were aware that Maya had not reached puberty at this point, were you not?
I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't be looking into that.
You didn't know as you talked to this young girl whether or not she'd reached puberty?
I hadn't asked her about menses.
And isn't it hospital policy? Is it in fact most hospital policies? Isn't it in fact most every doctor's hospital policy that when you go in to see a young female child, if you're male, you have a nurse or other chaperone?
I can't speak to the policies of all those organizations.
Is that not the policy at Johns Hopkins?
It is not part of my standard practice, and I am not aware of the policy specifically because I do not do that.
You're female. I'm talking about male doctors, right? Male doctors going in to see a female, especially a young female patient, especially when there's going to be disrobing involved, have some female proctor or whatever you want to call it, nurse observer. True?
I can't speak to that. That's not my practice.
Yes, that is true.
Did you see in any of Maya's records
If I
a
hadn't been in the
doctor
room, they
write
would have had to put a nurse in.
what was it, Tanner
stage?
Tanner stage?
I do not recall. I have not reviewed every single record.
Did you look?
No.
Isn't it true that it could have been just as easily another doctor at that hospital who had come in and disrobed exactly the way Maya Kowalski previously testified,
I utilized the word previously, which meant prior to the current hospitalization,
based on your opinion of the term?
based upon what I reported in my note here.
Yes, the jury is
Does
currently
the defense wish
excused.
to
This is a
have any
proffer.
questions for purposes of proffer?
Yeah, sure. Dr. Katzenstein, we're talking about your use of the word previously. Now, what it means generically is what you're telling this court, when you put down the word previously, you meant that specifically to signify that whatever was being described did not happen at all children's.
Correct. It meant previous to the hospitalization.
And what was described to you, what you wrote that day, was based on your conversation with Maya that day.
Correct.
Nothing in your note is in quotations, is it?
There are no quotes in that note.
Doctor, can I have you step outside for a few minutes?
Sure.
All right, I have a feeling this is about to get ugly. I appreciate you guys being here. Please hit the like button
The doctor's outside
and
of our
subscribe,
presence.
both here and on Rumble.
We're here on the objection to the question having to do with, did she report any abuse while at the hospital or something along those lines?
I think it was more broad than that, Your Honor. I'd have to have the court reporter read it back, but it was just, did anybody tell you anything?
Any complaints?
Any complaints about Maya?
Any prior mistreatment was the phrase.
Okay, whatever it was in follow-up, merely just establishing her interactions with Kathy Betty, the social worker, from her perspective, were fine, and she didn't hear any complaints regarding Maya's treatment. That's all it was meant to do. It's not meant to open this door wide open. I don't think the jury got any impression about anything related to that. I apologize if this cracked the door on this. I had no idea that this was going to lead to this, but certainly in open court, it's important for the organization to hear from Dr. Katzenstein. I'm sure he's going to proffer what she said.
Oh shit! I'm
Your Honor,
sorry
this
that this
jury
cracked the door open.
takes extraordinary levels of notes. They are on to everything happening here. The jury has now been led by counsel's intentional questions to the conclusion that nothing involving any type of assault, any type of, what's the term again, mistreatment occurred at this hospital when there has been clear evidence in a proffer of something and other evidence, and in court, evidence of what Kathy Beatty had done. But the problem here is the question
Shapiro's
wasn't
losing
limited
his
to
shit
Kathy
right
Beatty.
now.
This was
Look at the defense table. We're going to go back a couple seconds. Watch the defense table. They are losing their shit right now. Shapiro cracked the door open on the sexual, you know what? And oh my God, look at them. Look at them.
levels of notes. They are on to everything happening here. The jury has now been led by counsel's intentional questions to a conclusion that nothing involving any type of assault, any type of, what's the term again, mistreatment occurred at this hospital when there has been clear evidence in a proffer of something and other evidence, and in court, evidence of what Kathy Beatty had done. But the problem here is the question wasn't limited to Kathy Beatty. This was an open-ended question in which the witness, and if I'm given a moment, I believe I can find the actual Florida statute, criminal statute, about this behavior as sexual assault. This describes an act of sexual assault if it was even the slightest follow-up to it. And with all due respect to the doctor, the term previously does not give license to all of the conclusions that the witness brought to bear. As a licensed reporter, she was absolutely obligated under these circumstances to explore this and to see what would happen to this little girl, and she did not. Then, capitalizing, I guess, on this, the defense now has this witness testify that nothing of the sort happened, leaving the plaintiffs with the dilemma of how are we going to go and cross on an extremely important point without getting over into an area that so far has been excluded. This puts the plaintiff at a great, great disadvantage in this case, because now it makes it sound like there's an issue of fact here about whether or not Maya was telling the truth on any of it. And so we would move the court to reconsider the whole issue as to the sexual molestation of Maya Kowalski.
Oh my God.
At least insofar at this point of being able to ask the same questions of this witness before the jury that we ask in proper, and the court asks in proper. And I think that is the only fair way to resolve this. I see no way an instruction could clear this up for us. I just don't.
Nope, it wouldn't.
If you need a response, the jury knows nothing about this. I don't.
That's the point.
Oh no,
How can a
don't tell
generic
me.
question about did you, whatever it was, see any untoward conduct about Maya, anywhere close to suggesting to the jury about alleged sexual abuse, non-sexual abuse? It was a generic question about just her general observations. It was not meant to drill down and try to prove or disprove something they may bring in a collateral lawsuit. I mean, we're doing our best to toe the line. I didn't show the note. There was nothing intentional about this. There's no emphasis to this question. I just strongly disagree that somehow a question that best was mildly inadvertent in attempting to capture this somehow poisoned this jury with the impression that Dr. Katzenstein raised her right hand and is attesting that she reviewed the hospital record from A to Z and never saw anything untoward.
Here's where I'm at. I think I asked 2 or 3 questions.
Yeah.
In that 2 or 3 questions, I was able to deduce that she wrote the word previous. She made an assumption that it was at a previous organization. She didn't ask any follow-ups. And she, being this doctor, didn't. And perhaps in her mind, she just assumed it was this, whatever the Tanner, whatever. But it didn't sound like she made any sort of follow-up question as it, did this occur here? She just made a conclusion that it was previous. And I got that in 2 or 3 questions. I'm talking that. So the question you asked was something along the lines of whether Maya had relayed any abuse to Dr. Katzenstein. And I don't think the word abuse, what was the word, Mr. Whitney?
Had she reported any concern of mistreatment was occurring?
So it seems that the answer no gives the impression to the jury that Maya did not relay any impressions of mistreatment, which probably isn't the correct case, isn't the correct answer. If the assumption is that, or if the assumption is Maya's disclosure was talking about something that was occurring at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in the, what day did this occur? 10 days after admission?
It was the 12th, I believe. 17th. Sorry.
So now I'm in a pickle because the defense did not want to get into this issue. I excluded this issue.
And now you
And
kicked open the
now you're
door.
asking a question that gives the witness the opportunity to give the impression that Maya didn't say anything.
May I call her back and proffer to clarify this? Because
I asked a couple of questions on that specific issue.
But her testimony is going to be that if Maya had told her that that happened at this hospital, she would have investigated further. And the reason why she didn't do a further investigation because it was very clear to her in talking to Maya that what Maya was reporting was something happened in a previous organization. I apologize if that was
We have done the proffer at this point in time. What should I do at this point, folks?
Well, if the question, Judge,
it's Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah. I truly believe in my heart, there's no way this jury heard that question and thought that there was any implication. I was trying to narrow it to this witness. If
It's
it would,
not
I
fair.
don't want it to happen because it would seem to imply that there's something greater, but I guess the cure to this would be as if Your Honor would tell the jury to disregard the last question and answer, which would be very damaging to the defense.
Well, the jury knows nothing about the alleged sexual assault because I've kept that out.
Right. So, I mean,
At your request.
Right, I understand. I mean, no, I guess the cure would be to just tell the jury to disregard the last question about whether I'd have to talk with my defense team. That would seem highly prejudicial, but I guess that would be the cure, but I'd have to talk to them. Yeah, okay, then we would.
I'll take 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5 minutes and hopefully you'll have an idea as to how you want to proceed.
All right, let's
All
go
rise.
ahead. Here we go. 5
Is
minutes later.
Seated juror.
Knowledge of these things is someone
Corrective action, they can ask the jury to disregard the last question and answer, which obviously would be some prejudice to the defense, but we would accept that.
Well, plaintiffs move the court to, again, we believe the defense should be allowed to finish their questioning, but that the plaintiffs during cross-examination be allowed to follow up on the denial of Maya stating anything having to do with mistreatment in the hospital as no, and further cross-examination as it leads up to and includes whether there are any claims by Maya Kowalski, as set forth in her records, that someone had done this, that someone had peaked, that someone had done these things. And we should be allowed, based on the proffer of Maya Kowalski, to explore the specifics of what Dr. Henschke documented in her records, and we believe either should have been or known to this witness and simply not put down or never explored. And the problem we've got here is the jury now hears from the one person out of everybody that was available to Maya at this point, because she couldn't see her mom. She didn't trust Petey. So now we've got the psychotherapist here that she's seeing regularly. And the one person that she would be more likely than not, Judge, to report something to is saying, no, she never said anything to me. And that
Yes.
inference drawn from that
Yes.
is far reaching in these circumstances, because they've already heard Dr. Henschke testify about how Maya would open up to a female therapist. Now we've got Dr. Katzenstein putting us in a real box here, and I see no other way than to be able to explore the full circumstances of what happened with that notation she put in her records. Elsewise, I need to be able to ask, well, did she report to you about Kathy Beatty doing this, doing this, doing this? Did she tell you about another doctor? Exactly what I asked there. I'm not going to say, depending on the answer, though, I should be able to go fairly far into the specifics of the facts as testified to by Maya in order to test the witness's knowledge of these things. And that is the only way that we would be allowed to correct this wrong. This is a seminal issue in this case.
I will say that the suggestion that we start talking about the alleged sexual abuse is an invitation to do this entire trial again. Full stop.
I understand.
That has either a mistrial or a reversal written all over it. I go back to the issue of the alleged sexual abuse was not in the pleadings. It was not disclosed to the court prior to us seating the jury. We did not discuss the questions we ordinarily would have asked with respect to sexual assault with this jury. So I've got no way of knowing whether I would have had any cause challenges with any of our seated jurors or alternates as to whether or not they would still be on this jury. Now, I agree that there's an impression that the question asked that is detrimental to the plaintiff. I think the only cure that I can do at this point is the statement that Mr. Shapiro was saying is I would instruct the jury to disregard the question and answer as to whether Maya Kowalski disclosed any mistreatment in the hospital to this witness.
You know what I wish he could do? I wish he could just tell the jury, due to a circumstance that I cannot tell you, this witness is being tossed. Disregard everything that she said. And she's not allowed to continue. All right, Legal Vices, we need to get you in. You've got to come in here just to at least just to tell us why this is really bad. Because I'm not a lawyer and I can't tell. I'm coming at it from a juror's perspective. I personally think this is crazy. It's crazy. Do you think the judge is wrong? Jeff, can't you come in here just to tell us? I know you're trying to sleep, but you ain't sleeping. You're not sleeping now. You're in here. I sent you an invitation. Now, pad to your computer with your Jim Jams on. Pour yourself a whiskey and just get in here and explain this one particular thing, and then I'll let you go. All right? You need to drink some more whiskey anyway so you can go to sleep faster. We need you here to explain why this is so bad. So come on. Get up. Pad over to your computer. Let's go.
And I'm going to have to tell the jury to disregard that.
I'd tell him to disregard the entire witness and strike her entire testimony. And I'd find a way to tell the jury because of statements that were not true. This witness is out.
Mr. Shapiro, you're not going to follow up on that issue.
No, not on that question.
Your Honor,
since I am doing a curative instruction, there's no reason for the plaintiffs to drill down that issue in front of the jury.
This is going to be tough, but we would ask the court not only to instruct the jury, to instruct the jury to disregard the question and answer, but they are to draw no inferences from having heard the question and answer.
I think the instruction, the court directs the jury to disregard the question and answer as to whether Maya Kowalski disclosed any mistreatment in the hospital. I think that is sufficient. I don't think I need to go any further than that. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, we only have 5 minutes before. How much longer did you have in your?
Two
questions?
Minutes, Your Honor. I can finish my direct.
Okay. So why don't we finish the direct and I'll send the jury to lunch. Let's go get Dr. Katzenstein.
All right, it doesn't look like Jeff is joining us. Or maybe he is. He's not chatting anymore. So maybe he's setting up his camera. Come on, Jeff. You can do it. You can do audio only. You can turn off your camera. But I
Answer
would like
as
to
to
know.
whether Maya Kowalski disclosed any mistreatment in the hospital, and then we're not going to follow up on that issue in front of the jury. So we're not going to talk about it. Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
No, I don't think the judge is wrong. I think he's right, because if he explained it to you, when you have a case of SA, the jury is asked specific questions, and this was not in the pleadings. You remember that Maya remembered this after the trial started and came forward with it in the middle of the trial. You would have to get a whole new it's a whole other case. And the judge is right. You can't, but Shapiro's totally stupid for stepping in it like this. Totally stupid, because he was told that it's not allowed, it's not being allowed, and then he goes and asks her a question that kicks open that door. Yeah, stupid. But no, the judge made the right call. As upsetting
Disregard
as it
the
is,
question.
as upsetting as it is for us, because we know that this thing happened and no one is taking it seriously, and she's not going to get justice for it. It should have been in the pleadings. And then when they were going or voir direing the jury, or whatever you call that, when they're picking a jury, they would have asked different questions. They have no idea if they have somebody on the jury who has suffered SA who would be biased, right? Or who has other issues that they wouldn't have been on this jury.
And answer you
mistrial.
heard last, which was whether Maya Kowalski disclosed any mistreatment in the hospital. So you were to disregard that question and the answer. You may continue, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just
That is going to make the jury wonder, what the hell? So she didn't tell the truth on that.
to recap, it sounds like the last time that you saw Maya in the hospital was for some bereavement counseling, I think on January 9th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then just to orient you, Maya was discharged shortly after that. Did you have a chance to see Maya after discharge?
It wouldn't be my practice to follow up after discharge.
Okay, and why?
Because I don't follow patients typically outpatient for therapy unless they're following up with me for a full neuropsychological evaluation, which she was not.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor. And thank you, Doctor, for your time.
Thank you.
And members of the jury, since you have been sitting there for so long, it's actually time for lunch.
All right, they're breaking.
And I would
for
normally
lunch
say,
now.
let's go forward, but I actually have a meeting that starts in 6 minutes. So the reason that we can't proceed is because I've got a meeting. So I apologize. So we're going to pick this up, have them ready to go at 1:30. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right, we're
Enjoy
going
your
to go
lunch.
back to where we left off, which was at.
All rise.
Oh shit! We were listening to. I thought it was 2:40. Why has it changed on me? Oh, there we go. Yeah, 2:40 we were at. Oh, it changed. Why did it change the timestamp? Oh, maybe because I'm on a faster speed.
The jury's out of our presence,
Let's go
out of
back to
Doctor.
normal. Oh, what are
You're
they
in the middle
doing
of your
now?
testimony, so you can't talk about your testimony with anyone, including the lawyers, okay? We'll be back at 1:15, unless we think we need more than 15 minutes.
No, Judge, I would, I'm sorry.
I am going to try to make some statements about the DV motion, so that's coming.
The only other thing I would ask for the plaintiff is we do intend to play Dr. Hannah soon, if not tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to get any cross designations of his testimony, but we do.
Look at the judge. He's ready to leave. He's already standing. He's like, come on.
Designations some time ago.
All right, sorry, I'm going
They
back.
put
This
this
is
in
where
the
we were.
case from day one.
All right, now for those of you who don't understand, I am now going back because everybody's on lunch and we're going to catch up for what happened earlier in the morning. Now this is the part where they're arguing about the defense's case. Is the defense going to argue that she had Munchausen? Are they going to argue that that Maya has CRPS or doesn't have CRPS? We're still working on that in the morning.
One judge, and they can't run from it now.
Okay. How does you proving that Maya did or did not have it change Beata's state of mind as to her decision not to sign the transfers concerning or when there was any sort of possible reference. And I think though that came later as opposed to the October date.
Yes, correct.
So, let's try not to conflate those. I'm having enough trouble keeping those two apart in my mind myself. But, I feel like I've clipped the plaintiff's wings very hard on trying to keep Chapter 39 out. And it just seems that now that I've done that, the defense wants to make this case in trying to prove that Beata had Munchausen, which seems to be the heart of what was going to be in the dependency court, which is what I was not letting in the plaintiff's case.
Yeah, now you want to use it in yours.
With all respect, Your Honor, you have ruled on the Chapter 39, and to be honest with you, I have yet to understand where the dividing line is on this. But what I do know is this. What I do know is that the remaining case against us, whether it's the false imprisonment or the intentional infliction or the negligent infliction of the malpractice, is all bound up in in what we suspected and what we did and how we ruled on it, and the impact of that on Mrs. Kowalski's state of mind and on her conduct. And that's, I mean, if Your Honor tries to carve that out of this case, it eviscerates a major portion of the defense and puts us in a completely untenable position. I would suggest to the court that Mr. Whitney's argument is for the jury. It's not for admissibility. I would urge Your Honor to let this go forward and let us try our case.
Are there other issues that we have to address prior to the jury coming in?
Well, Judge, the first witness is
Jamie Byers, sorry, wait a minute. Hold on.
on this issue.
On Beata's, whether she has?
No, Judge, the first witness is Dr. Elvin Mendez of Fort Myers. Dr. Mendez.
All right, sorry, we saw this already.
Letters. And that is
Mr. Altenberg.
This is where we left off.
Trying to get closure on that because by Wednesday, we really need to have had that instruction read. The other thing I was waiting to see was how many counts were going to be won or not on directed verdict so I can finish the jury instructions.
Well, I don't have time to address that right now. Hopefully, after lunch, we can close the loop on some or all of the DV motions. So I don't know if you want to hang out until after lunch to see.
I've got a room I can type in all money box.
And Mr. Whitney, anything else?
Well, two things.
Jay, thanks for the Venmo that came through, $25 Venmo. Says, work for Sanford as a coder, had a meeting, brought up the trial, how we need to be vigilant, ask questions, and make sure we have the correct diagnoses. Pushed your channel to watch trial, 51 on the call, 32 reached out to ask questions. Thanks for the excellent coverage. Oh, I appreciate that so much, Jay. Thank you for that. Thank you for the Venmo. And if those of you who don't want to send money to Google and let their dirty little hands on it, you can look at the scrolling info at the bottom of the screen, and you can use Cash App or Venmo and send me a message, and I can read it out just like I do Super Chats. And also, there are Rumble rants on Rumble. Don't forget about those guys.
On Beata's state of mind and the relevance, the state of mind of Beata Kowalski that's at issue in this case is the irresistible impulse, effectively. And I would point the court back to their motion for summary judgment, again, on count 17 at DIN 1933, in which they made a big point of pointing out that she was admitted to Sarasota Memorial Hospital the day of the dependency proceeding when she fainted in court, and that at that time she denied ideation, and that as of that date she did not have ideation. So her state of mind deteriorated over those next 3 months, irrelevant and irrespective of what Dr. Mendez may have thought in October of 2015. I think we need to argue this Dr. Mendez issue.
Well, I think with Dr. Mendez, I'm going to be consistent with what I did with the prior treaters that saw Maya prior to the admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and kind of let that type of testimony in, because it does set the stage as to how Maya presented at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in October of 2016. So I think the historical stuff, at least I'm going to continue to rule like I did with the Lurie's doctor and the Tampa General Hospital doctor. I'm just going to stay consistent. If I'm going to change how I'm doing something, I'll let you know. But for now, I'm going to remain consistent as to how I ruled with respect to those 2 hospital visits.
May I make a record on that?
Sure.
Well, we believe, again, this is Chapter 39, issue 403, and irrelevant to the claims in this case. I'll point out again, at the time, Maya Kowalski was hospitalized at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital during the false imprisonment first week. They did not have any knowledge of Dr. Mendez's records.
I don't think it's going to false imprisonment. I mean, I know it's been banning about, but I don't see how it goes to false imprisonment. I am, frankly, the only place it really seems that it possibly fits is the intentional infliction count. I still don't understand how it would fit with medical malpractice with respect to Maya.
All right.
But I mean, I do think, and I do have some belief it does go to the defense of your IIED count.
Understood. We disagree, but we understand.
Okay. So are we ready to bring in the jury? Let's bring in the jury.
All right, we're going to see their Dr. Mendez testimony of Dr. Mendez.
I want to confirm why you
allergist.
have information. Is that all correct? Of this, since we were last together.
Honor, the defense calls Dr. Elvin Mendez.
Speed it up. I'm going to put it on higher speed when he goes through his background. Examoon, you're asking, did Netflix pay the family for the documentary? I would imagine they did. I hope they did, but sometimes documentaries do not pay the subjects. So I don't
Good
know.
morning.
I have no way of
Tell
knowing.
us your name, please.
Elvin Mendez.
And what is your occupation, Doc?
I'm currently a physician with Lee Health in Lee County and Charlotte County.
Okay. And where's your practice?
We have 2 locations, one in the Port Charlotte area and the second in Cape Coral.
Okay. And what is your specialty, sir?
Allergy immunology.
Would you give the jury the benefit of your background and training and education starting with undergraduate students?
I trained as what they call a medical graduate, so we do undergrad and med school with one 7.5 year stretch. So this was done in the Dominican Republic. I came to the U.S., trained in pediatrics in Long Island, and then moved on to Einstein and did the allergy immunology. After that, I joined private practice for 4 years, joined the non-for-profit for another 4, and then we headed south to Fort Myers. We've been in Fort Myers now, Charlotte County for about 21 years now, and joined Lee Health in 2015.
And I'm sorry, Dr. Amos, where did you do your residency?
In Albert Einstein College of Medicine, New York.
New York City?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, that was my fellowship. My residency was done at Nassau University Medical Center in Long Island, New York.
So you did both your residency and your fellowship training in New York.
New York,
City.
yes.
Okay, great. And what are you board certified in, sir?
I was board certified in both allergy immunology and pediatrics. After years of allergy immunology, I decided to give up my board certification in pediatrics. For no particular reason, I just continued doing allergy immunology through the last 20 years.
And could you tell us what allergy and immunology entails?
Okay, so from an allergy standpoint, it's we deal with a variety of different organ systems that have an allergic or immune mechanism involved. So, for example, make it easier, head to toe, sinus disease, nasal symptoms, sneezing, congestion. That's the one that we see most commonly in the offices. We also deal with skin disorders, but they have to be specific allergic skin disorders. From the lower airways, in other words, further down, but then we deal with asthma and asthma-like symptoms. There are some occupational lung diseases that we may deal with when they're exposed to certain chemicals. And certainly there are other organs that are involved specifically with allergy, for example, GI or gastrointestinal system. There's a variety of not only food allergies, but also diseases that are associated with that. That's the bulk of the allergic side. The immunologic side is a little more complex. There are mechanisms that we deal with that encompass both the allergic and the immune world. It's not just immune deficiencies. There are a lot of overlaps with rheumatology, so there's some autoimmunity that we may deal with. Certainly, it gets to a point where we then end up referring to rheumatology. So immunologically, it's predominantly immune deficiencies that we deal with in pediatric and adults. Bless you, sir. And from a allergic standpoint, there's often an overlap between one and the other. because some individuals with immune problems may present with what appear to be allergic problems. But it's one same field.
Okay. And does it also deal with immunodeficiencies?
Yes, sir.
Has there come a point in your practice with Lee Memorial Health System that you became involved with the care of Maya Kowalski?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did that take place?
I saw her twice. The first time was in October 28th, 2015.
Okay. And do you have your notes with you, sir?
Yeah, it's in my head. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, if for the record, that is Defense Exhibit 3031 and starts with 002. So if you want to put that up, I believe that's an evidence. And if you need to refer to that to your records, if you let us know, and we can scroll down through.
Absolutely.
But for now, could you tell the jury how it was that the Kowalskis came to see you in your practice?
The original visit on the schedule was for a second opinion for immune deficiency.
Okay.
Do you want me to dwell on that, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, so this is my, just looking for a date here because we saw her twice. So this was our first visit. And there was a different reason for the second visit, and we'll get to that later, I'm assuming. But for the first visit, it was on schedule as a second opinion for immunodeficiency.
Okay. And what was your understanding of where the patient had already been with respect to immune deficiency questions?
I'm sorry, could you elaborate on that question more specific?
Well, you asked for you were asked for a second opinion, and I'm trying to find out who the first opinion was, I guess.
So when you call our offices, we're going to want to know why you want to see us. Someone offered that information to our staff. That's all that was on our schedule. It actually said second opinion for immunodeficiency. Okay. The idea is that they're coming to see me because they are perceiving they may have a problem with immunity.
Okay. So when did you take a history from this patient, and was she accompanied by her mother?
I'm sorry,
was she accompanied by her mother?
Yes, just her and her mother. Yes.
Okay. And did you take a history from her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you find out from the history?
Overall?
Yes.
Complex. There were a lot of things going on.
Okay. Generally speaking, what history did you get from them?
You want me to be specific, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we cover quite a bit. Just because someone comes in with a concern about immunodeficiency, there's a lot of questions I ask because, like I said earlier, immunology and allergy do kind of overlap. So you'll see in the notes, or perhaps I don't know if it's been discussed before, that there are questions that don't seem to even correlate with what they originally came in for, but there are reasons why we do that. So to answer your question, we covered quite a bit of organ systems. So that's a review system we do, and we cover. And if there's anything striking within that review system, we will dwell on that particular problem. So she did all the talking. She was a great historian. I got to say, she was very bright. So it was easy. I hate to tell you, in immunology, it's not an easy thing, but she was really good. So I was able to obtain the history on her part with regards to, because I did ask why a second opinion. And she said she wanted information on her daughter's immunodeficiency. Unfortunately, I had nothing at the time, just her history. So I had to request records.
And did you conduct an examination of the patient that day?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find, if anything?
So two things. The first thing that was striking was that she appeared to be in pain and a lot of discomfort. She was wheelchair bound, by the way, in my office. And I remember her very well. She was sitting literally next to me, and the mother was just facing me here. And she appeared to be in pain. And the only way I can say this is because she was kind of moving around on the wheelchair, and some sounds were made as if she's in pain. So, but I was able to examine her. I did not elicit additional pain. I do recall that because I'm very cautious about pain. But I did not perceive, or rather induce, any additional discomfort during the examination.
Okay. Did you find out in the course of all this what other immunologists or allergists she had seen?
Yes. So at some point during the history taking, it appeared that she had already seen actually 2 additional allergists.
Okay. And did you get any understanding of why it was or how it was she'd come to see you?
No, sir. Her answer to me, and again, this is recollection from my notes, not recollections that because this was about 8 years ago, was that she was just seeking an answer to her daughter's immunodeficiency.
Okay. So at the end, well, did your examination include an examination of the skin?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anything unusual or untoward?
No, sir. That I can recollect, no.
Okay. And what, at the end of your first consultation with this patient in October of 2015, what was your plan? What was the follow-up, if anything?
Several things, because there was a lot. It wasn't just immune concerns. So obviously I needed those records from the other allergists she had seen before. There was also, so when we look at an immune deficiency, we want to determine if we can figure out what the cause is. You know, is this something that she's had since she was born? Is this something that she has acquired since she was born? So we need to inquire about things that may induce what we call secondary immune deficiency. So other medications that she's been on. So we requested records from other physicians that had seen her at the time. So I have a sense of whether this was induced by other things that may have been given to her. What was striking in her history is that she had been through numerous ER visits, numerous physician visits, and a lot of steroids. And that's, to an immunologist, that's striking because steroids are a double-edged sword. They solve a lot of problems, but they also can induce a lot of problems. So I wanted to make sure that this wasn't secondary to medications. So to answer your question, it wasn't just focusing on immunity and getting records from the allergies she had seen in the past, but also perhaps some of the other areas that she visited that may provide me some information, some insight, especially lab work.
Okay. Now, when you took a history from this patient, did you get any indication that she had been in Tampa General Hospital for about 4 weeks?
No, sir.
Did you get any indication that she had been seen and worked up at Lurie Children's Hospital in Chicago?
So that's a tough question. So yes, and we're referring to prior to moving to the state of Florida or after?
After.
No, I was not aware of that.
When did you see this patient in follow-up?
It was the second week of December of 2015. Actually, it was on her birthday.
Okay. And I believe that's
December 10th.
3031-007, not the James Bond, but the page number. If you need to look at your note, Doctor, I believe you'll see it there.
Yeah. Okay.
When you saw her in follow-up in December, what additional history did you get at that time?
So the first part of that page just gives you kind of a summary. I tend to do that for providers that might want access to the notes. So it kind of just summarizes what has transpired in the initial visit, and then I move on to anything that's new since we've last seen them. At that point, we did have records received because we had requested several. And I believe it was at that time that I may have received notice between the first allergist she saw and the second visit to the first allergist, which was Dr. Wyndham. There was a lot that went on in that period of time. And someone wrote a note that she had been to Lurie Children's for another opinion. I think it had to do with her cortisol level. So there was some concern that there may have been adrenal suppression. When you go on high dose steroids for extended periods of time, you will literally suppress your adrenal gland. Your natural cortisol is produced by an organ within your gut cavity. The brain sends signals to that cavity, to that organ, to tell it produce more, produce less. But if you give it outside long enough, it'll stop sending that signal. The problem with that is if you stop administering that steroid, you're going to adrenal shock. So it's a dangerous situation to be in. So I'm assuming that they were seeking a second opinion at Lurie Children's because that was the hospital when she was a child and growing up in Chicago. But I'm not sure that was true. I don't have any records of that.
Okay, so you never saw any records from Lurie Children's?
Just mentioned on one of the notes.
And you were never told what the discharge diagnosis from Lurie Children's was?
No, sir.
And I'm assuming you were never told what the discharge diagnosis from Tampa General was?
From
Tampa General.
I wasn't aware of the Tampa General. I'm sorry, let me correct myself. All I heard was that she had undergone rehabilitation at Tampa General.
Okay. And were you aware of the discharge diagnosis?
No, sir. I just was told it was rehabilitation at Tampa General, and it had something to do with her cortisol level.
Okay. When you saw her on this day in follow-up, did you do an examination at that time?
Yes, sir.
And what did your examination reveal?
Completely normal physical examination.
Okay. Did you note any color changes or rashes on the skin?
No, sir.
And did you get any history of any episodes of dizziness or weakness or lightheadedness with the patient?
The second visit, I don't recall that coming up as a part of the history. The first, there was a persistent headache throughout the visit in the first visit, and I believe there was also dizziness described.
Now, did after you had conducted your examination and your history and physical, and you looked at some records, I'm assuming, from her past care, did you arrive at any opinions or conclusions regarding her immune status?
First or second visit?
Second visit.
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
That she. May I explain?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're the only one who can.
Okay. So.
Objection to narrative response.
There are numbers that we follow in any lab work that you have done. I'm sure some of us have had those done, and there are some values that are considered above normal or below normal. And the lab does that; it gives you a certain range. So if you go to one lab, you're going to get one range. You go to another lab, you get another range. And typically, we follow that as a tool. It helps guide us to determine whether there's a problem with your liver, spleen, or an immune problem. With immune deficiencies, there are international standards that we follow or try to follow. There are also some national standards that we follow. The numbers, when you look at a lab, may appear to be grossly abnormal. Okay, so you'll have I'm just going to make a number up for y'all folks. Let's say, the normal for a 9-year-old of an immunoglobulin G should be, according to the lab, 600 to 1200. That's what they'll put on as a normal. 600, low, 1200. Now she's at 550. Is that considered abnormal? Okay, so that's the question that you ask the immunologist. My short answer is it's not abnormal. And the reason for that is because there's very specific criteria that we have to follow to determine whether an individual has a deficiency or not. And if I may just briefly to the jury.
And while you're doing that, I'm going to ask that 3031-009 be put up. That's where your lab values are, in case you need to refer to those.
Okay, so
again, bottom.
Right, I see that. Okay, so I want you to see that there were two numbers that were given to us. And the reason two numbers during the same lab draw are different is lab. So one lab, the same lab did the total IgG, the immunoglobulin G, the total, and then something called subclasses. So total IgG is broken down into 4 components, and they're numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so one set of numbers gives you a low total with a low IgG 1 and 2. That was the subclasses that were done. On the other hand, the doctor also ordered separately a total IgG. Now we have 2 discrepant numbers, one same draw, same person. So we have a 575 on one number, and we have a 603. I see those numbers and they're staggering because there's a significant difference between one and the other. One of them appears to be not grossly abnormal, but just decreased, and the other one appears normal. So just for the record, these 2 numbers are normal for an immunologist. But so criteria number 1 is you take that, you measure that value. You want that immunoglobulin G. Yes, you can order the subclass because oftentimes one of them will drag the total down, right? Because the top is the sum of all the little ones. But the general consensus, and these are International Immunology Society related rules. They have to repeat it again.
Hold on a second. Let Mr. Hunter ask another question.
You can't make reference to outside sources.
I'm sorry. Apologize.
So if you just tell the jury what these labs meant based on your experience and training.
Sure. So based on my experience, a single digit is just a reason for me to wait, based on current standards, a minimum of 2 to 3 months and repeat them again. Because standards are, there has to be a minimum of 2 separate draws with a minimum of 2 to 3 months between each. But that's just one of 3 criteria.
Okay. So at the close of all this, and your second visit with this patient, and the labs and records and so forth that you had the opportunity to review, did you arrive at any opinion or conclusion that you were able to share with the patient and her mother regarding whether or not she had an immunodeficiency?
I was, yes, sir.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion was that either Maya had something we call transient hypogammaglobulinemia of infancy and childhood, which is a transient, type of deficiency we see, and it normalizes over time, or that she did not. Personally, with a normal immune response to the vaccines that she had and the rest of her lab work, to me, she was normal. She had no other immunodeficiencies. Typically, you have other immunoglobulins that are reduced. You don't have an adequate vaccine response. Those are the other 2 criteria that are required for you to be diagnosed as a immune deficient. So I explained this to her at that visit.
And to state that a different way, was there did you determine that she had any immunodeficiency that required follow-up treatment?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you arrive at any other opinions or conclusions regarding her condition and matters that should be addressed in her care?
Yes, sir.
And what were those?
Okay, so the first is, we'll start from organ systems. The first is this asthma history. We deal with asthma. That's part of our training as well. We rely on tools to help us make a determination whether someone has a disease or not. We do that with every disease. The reason why we rely on tools is because we have to have not only the history provided by a parent or a child, but also we need to have some objective measures. You have to always have something to help you guide you and determine whether there's a disease there, because there's a lot of mimickers of asthma, lots of them, and nothing added up here. Pulmonary function tests were normal. I was only unfortunately able to see one that Dr. Kreisman, who's a pulmonologist, or I'm not sure he's still at All Children's, put on in the records. And there's also mentions of normal pulmonary function testing throughout the visits. So from a respiratory standpoint, unfortunately, I could not make an intelligent decision that she actually had asthma. That's the first thing. With regards to the allergies, yes, Maya had allergies based on skin testing performed by an allergist, but to me, that was secondary. At the time, I think we were dealing with much bigger medical problems that I think needed to prioritize over allergies.
Okay.
And then the last item with the concern about the chronic but the CRSP is, I'm not a neurologist. She talked about RSD. She talked about a lot of problems, neurological problems that might be wrong with Maya. I specifically told her that was way outside of my wheelhouse and I'm out of my lane and I'm not an expert on that. And she'd have to talk to her primary care or neurologist about that.
Were you aware that her primary physician was Dr. Wasnauer?
So I only was aware of Dr. Wasnauer because his name comes up. Our records, we provide all primary doctors with notes, whether you refer them to us or not. As a courtesy, every primary doc gets a letter. Sometimes the patients will not provide us that name, so it's just left blank. But as a general rule, they do give us the name and we provide them with a letter. So that's the only knowledge I have of him because he did get my letters. We did request records from him and never received.
Okay. And did you send him any information about your consultations with this patient?
Every visit, yes. And our assessment, yes.
Were there any other considerations that you called to his attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
So physicians are trained to be alert on anything that that might be of, should we say, harm to a child. Right? Any risk, any concerns that may come up during a visit. It could be a variety of different things. The one item that was of concern at the time because of some events, some things that I saw during the office visit with her, from my reading of the documents I received prior to her second visit, I can only use the word did not add up. And so my concern was that this might be fictitious and not true events that were occurring. Either way, I wanted the primary doctor to dwell further and see if there is a neurological problem with her or not. I was basically telling him, hey, you need to find out this is true or not, because this is harmful for her. She's wheelchair bound. She's in pain in my office. And that's the last I've heard of the Kozlowskis.
And so what specifically did you call Dr. Wasnauer's attention in that regard?
I'm sorry?
What specifically did you call to Dr. Wasnauer's attention?
So I was concerned about.
So he said CRSP and he called them the Kozlowskis. Just saying.
Munchausen by proxy at the time.
What?
And what did you call to Dr. Wasauer's attention? Specifically, did you call to Dr. Wasauer's attention in that regard?
I'm sorry?
What specifically did you call to Dr. Wasauer's attention in that regard?
So I was concerned about Munchausen by proxy at the time.
Okay. And why was that?
Because the symptoms, the physical examination, the objective tests that I review in medical records did not correlate with the story I was getting from mom.
And so whenever doctors can't figure out what the hell is wrong with the patient, it must be the mother making the patient sick. Are you getting this? Are you getting how widespread and scary this shit is? Are you starting to understand yet how moms can't win? And if you have a chronically ill child, you better just prepare yourself. You better just prepare yourself for being accused of child abuse when doctors can't figure out what's wrong, because, you know, they're the smartest people on earth. And if they don't know, well, it must be your fault.
What respect? Can you be more specific?
So there was a constant, the first is the numerous lower respiratory complaints, the asthma picture, the severe asthma. That was used a lot in a lot of the notes. Severe asthma, severe asthma, severe asthma. Like I said, in my experience, we have someone with severe asthma admitted to a hospital for a few days and comes out with normal breathing tests. It's completely normal spirometry. The lung doesn't work that way. I'm just being honest with you. When you get to a severe case, there are maybe some changes that take place within lung tissue. Your lungs will start over time, sort of scarring within the bronchial tubes. That's why individuals that are not treated early on adequately will get worse over time. You can improve their ability to breathe with medications, but the breathing test was always going to show you some degree of changes in the lungs. There's always going to be there. I looked at the PFTs, the doctor from Old Children, Dr. Kreisman, provided in his notes, and they were completely normal. So, and that was just one event. There were other severe asthma, and the most striking and most concerning was the numerous steroids utilized, both inhaled, oral, and in injectable forms in various ER.
Wouldn't the steroids negate the effects of asthma, though? Isn't that why you're on steroids for asthma, so that you breathe normally? I don't know, but it seems like that would be reasonable.
Visits, clinic visits, provider. In fact, she actually had access to, I believe, to steroids at home that she could provide her.
Mary says, my kiddo was diagnosed with asthma with normal PFTs. And, you know, I would be interested to know if he wrote Munchausen in his reports, and if he really did have a concern for that, why didn't he report to authorities? I'm sure that Anderson will cross him on that.
Okay, members of the jury, you are to disregard the last comment about home steroids. Mr. Hunter, you may continue.
Doctor, have we ever met?
I'm sorry?
Have we ever met? You and I ever met?
No, sir.
Have we ever spoken?
No, sir.
You're with us.
You gave a deposition in this case, you recall?
Yes, sir.
Right. And I just couldn't help but notice how emphatic you were here in front of the jury. You wanted to really convince the jury of what you were saying, right?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that question again, please?
Yes. I noticed you were quite emphatic. You were trying to convince the jury of things you were saying. Were you not?
That's not correct, sir.
All right.
It's not?
Sustain the objection.
After the deposition, when the different lawyers were still on the line for ordering the deposition transcript, I want you to tell the jury whether you had a discussion with one of those lawyers in which you said words to the effect of, "I did my very best for you. I hope I helped." Did you say that to him?
No, sir.
Oh, boy. Look at his face.
I'm going to sustain the improper impeachment objection. You can continue along this line if you want.
Did you, I'm just simply asking you, sir, did you have a discussion with the defense counsel at the conclusion of the deposition while the lawyers were talking about ordering the depositions where you said words to the effect of, "I hope I helped you. I did my best to help you," or words to that effect?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach and maybe show the witness what he.
I do not recollect those comments.
The answer is we don't need to approach on that. Overrule the objection.
And you are aware, are you not, that
You said you didn't recollect, so are you going to refresh his recollection, or are you moving on?
I have other evidence that will be as part of our rebuttal.
All right.
Witnesses. So, and you are aware that Munchausen by proxy, that reflex sympathetic dystrophy, and you know that's also known as CRPS, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're aware of that?
Or
Yes, sir.
CRSP.
And you are aware
according to this
that it is often misdiagnosed as a psychiatric condition, particularly in children, right? Are you aware of that?
So I understand the question correctly. You're asking me if I'm aware that CRPS is often misdiagnosed as a psychiatric condition. Is that the question?
Especially in children.
And my short answer is no, because you mentioned the word often, and I'm not sure that that's accurate.
All right. Well, certainly then you do keep up with the laws that come into effect regarding, I'm going to have to approach before I finish this question.
All right. Oh my God. Come on. Let's move it along here, guys. Geez, this is a long sidebar, huh?
There's a lot of other causes of cause.
All right. And where did you Munchausen by proxy?
All right, here we go.
Continue, Mr. Anderson.
But you are aware that Munchausen by proxy and other psychosomatic, or that CRPS is often mistaken as a psychosomatic condition, psychiatric condition.
So again, I respectfully disagree with the often confused with, and I'm not sure it's often.
How would you know?
Well, you're
not a
are
specialist.
suggesting that you saw signs of Munchausen by proxy. Is that right?
What I said earlier was that I saw signs of symptoms that did not correlate with the treatment plans that have been provided in the past.
All right. And where did you get that information from?
From the records that were reviewed by other,
the
that were
records.
sent to me by other physicians that I've seen.
So it wasn't your own
Including Dr.
observation.
Kreisman?
Yes.
And Dr. Kreisman, I assume you determined was the primary prescriber of the steroids?
I disagree with that comment as well. I'm not sure he's the primary prescriber. I just know he's one of the treating physicians.
Well, was he a prescriber of the steroids or not?
On the notes that I read, I do not recollect that, no, sir.
Okay. Now, if you needed to know about whether a child had asthma, actually witnessing it would be a good idea, right?
No, sir.
You don't need to witness the actual cough to know whether or not a child may have asthma.
There's a lot of other causes of cough, sir, that are not necessarily asthma.
So if I were to show you an actual cough of the child, would that allow you to see whether or not this child had asthma?
Would not, even if you showed it to me.
Okay. So would a diligent parent seeing a very disturbing cough be doing the right thing to bring it to the attention of a physician?
I totally agree, yes, sir.
Overruled on that one.
And then if we could, of course, it's in evidence, show exhibit 2616.
It's in evidence, yes.
Could you not collect, please?
While you're finding it there.
Playing right now.
Okay.
Be strong.
Now, with a 9-year-old girl exhibiting a cough like that, you would agree that it would be reasonable for a parent to want to search for any possible causes, would you not?
Yes, sir.
So, Beata Kowalski, by trying to find the solution, if you will, is the correct diagnosis and treatment, that would not be unusual, would it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Beata Kowalski, as a parent, hearing a child with that level of coughing, it would not be outside the bounds of normal parental behavior to try to find out the source of that cough, true?
Would not be, no.
And it would not be beyond the bounds of normal parental behavior to try to find a treatment for that cough, would it?
You're talking about professional treatment? No, not at all.
And so in going after and trying to find this out, she would not be doing anything that you felt was inappropriate, right?
At this point, from the way that I heard that cough, I'm moving forward? No.
All right.
Thank you,
Okay.
Kadada. This
So
defense
what
full of
is,
bull
certainly
and
you've
liars.
talked about here and felt strongly enough, I guess, to write a letter. But by the way, did you ever talk to Dr. Kreisman about your concerns that this might all be psychosomatic?
He's not the primary physician.
We
Did you
wish
ever talk to
this.
Dr. Wasserman?
I sent him a letter twice explaining that.
Well,
For a second time, rather.
If you were really, and you say, so you did get a response, right?
Did not, no, sir.
And you never called anyone from the state, did you?
Just because I suspected, with the information I had, I personally, at the time, I did not feel I had to report it. I wanted the primary to be aware of it.
My question then is, did you call the primary care physician and have a discussion with him?
No, sir, that's not customary of me. Not in that situation.
Even when you thought there was child abuse? That doesn't make any sense at all.
I thought you testified on direct that it was customary, that you would contact.
I specifically said, if we go back to what I said, is that every physician, primary care physician, receives correspondence from me on every visit that I see in my office. The only exceptions are when a patient does not, or parent does not give us the name of the primary care physician.
Tell us then what the facts there that you took from the history with Beata Kowalski that were significant to you, that she uttered to you there, either visit.
So I want you to explain to me what you mean by facts, sir.
Well, what were the key facts in the history that you found pertinent to trying to come to some conclusions, including this one?
That she has, her daughter has always been ill, that her daughter has been in pain from some neurological problem, that she has severe asthma, that she has an immune deficiency, and what else? And that she has allergies.
All right. And so, all right. And first, with allergies, did it come to your attention that other physicians had diagnosed her with allergies?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Did it come to your attention that other physicians had diagnosed her with asthma?
I did not have evidence to substantiate that.
Subsequently, did you obtain evidence of that?
I obtained evidence that did not show that she had asthma.
Did you ever talk to any of the physicians at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to see whether asthma was listed as one of her illnesses?
My role in all this is to determine whether Maya at the time was immune deficiency. The rest of the information available in history taking is to determine whether there's some correlation between diseases and her apparent immune deficiency. So the answer is no. We do not proceed with any other disorder that I might encounter during my history taking. That is passed down to the primary care physician in writing.
I understand. And then she told you the child had pain, correct?
Pain and cramping on the legs, I believe it was.
And you said you inspected her. Counsel asked you about her skin. Did you look at her lower back?
No, sir.
Did you look at the inside of her thighs?
No, sir.
Did you look on the inside of her ankles?
Yes, sir.
Did you look then on her neck or upper back?
No, sir.
The inside of her arms?
Anything that was visible during office visit is what we usually put down. I'm not a dermatologist. My role is strictly what I can see. I'm not going to address a patient with full physical. That's out of my scope of my job.
So whether she had CRPS lesions at that time or not, you would not be in a position to state. True?
I'm sorry, whether she has
CRPS lesions, you would not be in a position to state.
I am not familiar with CRPS lesions.
All right. And so then what was the final one there? The daughter had been sick, right?
Correct.
And you knew that the daughter had been taken, among others, to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for various emergency room visits, correct?
I do not have that information, no.
Right. So out of all of these, can you tell us now, do you know what DSM-5 is?
That's the most recent DSM, yes.
And what is DSM?
So the American Psychiatric Association has a manual, so to speak, that provides you with diagnosis code of various behavioral and psychiatric diagnoses.
Yeah.
They're up to the 5th edition.
All right. And so, but what does DSM-MD stand for?
And are you aware that Munchausen syndrome by proxy is not on the DSM anymore? Are you aware that Munchausen syndrome by proxy was removed from the DSM? Are you aware that if you accuse someone of Munchausen syndrome by proxy or you suspect it, that you're mandated to report it as child abuse?
Oh, if I can recollect, again, I'm not a psychiatrist. It stands for, oh my goodness. And I don't recall off the top of my head, I apologize.
All right. So having been raised concerns about this, tell us which of the 4 factors you focused on to come to the conclusion that Munchausen syndrome by proxy must be suspect.
Objection, proper impeachment. Overruled.
You can answer.
So which of the above is what you're telling me that I derived on? Obviously, the main reason for the visit was...
Maybe I missed it. I'd like to know under the DSM-5 categories, the 4 primary categories for diagnosing Munchausen by proxy, or now factitious disorder on another.
It's not even
Which ones
called
did you focus
Munchausen
on?
anymore.
And which one was that?
Where there's no correlation between the symptoms and signs presented by the parent and the objective findings that you may have, whether it's radiology or lab work or whatever objective labs or procedures you have available.
The parent told you the child was ill, correct?
That's correct.
The child was moaning.
I'm sorry, the child was?
Moaning.
That's correct.
You had confirmed with other physicians that there are allergies.
What does moaning and pain have to do with allergies? I'm sorry, I lost that.
All right. Well, I'm just trying to find out which of these 4 now, we're talking about the DSM categories. Which of these 4 are you saying that Beata Kowalski lied to you about?
So if you all read my notes, both notes, and I have to expand on this, Your Honor, if you don't mind.
Go ahead and answer the question.
To answer the question, I have to explain. She's looking at a very narrowed comment. You have to look at the whole visit. There was a change from moaning and discomfort on the first visit to normalcy, which I thought was striking. The first time I get it, there was something wrong with it. That's why we requested records. The second time, it was complete opposite behaviors. Wheelchair bound, on a laptop, very happy, very distracted with whatever she was doing at the time. And I remember specifically, this is where it hit me, when I talked about how the workup that I had done did not prove immunodeficiency. And I wasn't aware of I could explain everything else going on. And then she went into this phase of crying and my ear hurt and I have a headache. So after that was over, and I tried to find out what was wrong with her, and I tried to ask Mom, are you okay? Then when the visit was over, as she's wheeled out to the waiting area, everything normal again. So you asked me about that narrow comment you made. I'm looking at a whole picture that led me to believe there's something not right about this. That's all.
Well, tell me then what the primary symptom then is under DSM-5. Strike it. Do you have any information whatsoever that Beata Kowalski falsified any fact?
I'm sorry. Okay, let me reframe that question. So you're asking me if I'm
Let
aware
me
that
reframe.
Mrs. Kowalski
Oh, no, no,
lied
no.
about.
No. You don't get to reframe the question that you're being asked. No, you answer the question that was asked. You don't get to. Who does he think he is? Let me reframe that question. No, sir. No. Answer the question you were asked.
I'm asking you is whether you have any direct evidence that Beata Kowalski, based on your 2 visits with her, falsified to you any fact.
No, sir.
Oh, really? Interesting.
And can you remember whether the first element of Munchausen by proxy leads off with falsification of physical or psychological signs?
Objection.
You don't remember that off?
Yeah, sustain that one.
Would it refresh your recollection to show you the DSM-5 in that regard?
So you're giving me one of 4. So just to.
Well, before you answer, why don't
Hush
you
up, doctor. Be quiet. Look at that face. Did you see that look on his face? Look at him. He doesn't like being questioned about what he knows and doesn't know. And he doesn't like being shown that he doesn't know things. That's what that face was about. My God. Really dislike doctors like this.
You recognize the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM-5, as authoritative on Munchausen by proxy, now known as factitious disorder, and goes on and on.
I believe that the term utilized now is known as medical child abuse, and it's not fictitious. So I believe the more recent diagnosis is different.
This is how you know it's bullshit. They keep changing what they call it because people are catching on to how bullshit it is.
But I'm not familiar with the manual as it is outside of the scope of my practice.
So you.
I thought you did know the signs. I thought you just said you did know, and you rattled off something that you thought was on there.
So whether I showed this to you or not, you wouldn't know what the elements were.
You can tell me what the elements are, but it would be beyond the scope. All I can tell you is we are trained, if we see anything that we may perceive as harmful to a child, that we have an obligation to pass on that information to someone. In my
And aren't you supposed to report it to the state?
first the person was the primary care physician, who knows that patient more than anyone else.
Would you like to see?
I don't think that's what the mandated reporter rules say.
Would it refresh your
I'm going to look
recollection
those
to
up.
see the very first words on the diagnosis of factitious disorder imposed on it?
I do not feel that just looking at one item of 4 is going to help us change our gut instinct of us feeling that you may have in a child in your office that you feel might have been in danger. And I'm being honest.
All right, let's fact check him. Let's fact check him. All right. It is chapter 39. Let's see if he did the right thing by reporting it to the child's doctor. Chapter 39 of the Florida statutes mandates that any person who knows or has reasonable cause to suspect that a child is abused, neglected, or abandoned by a parent, legal custody, custodian, caregiver, or other person responsible for the child's welfare shall immediately report such knowledge or suspicion to the Florida Abuse Hotline of the Department of Children and Families. Notice that it does not say here, or the child's primary care physician. No. It says if you're a mandated reporter, you must report it to the state immediately. So he just admitted to breaking Chapter 39 law, like every other doctor in this freaking case who said they suspected it but never reported it anywhere. He should be brought up on charges because I think it's a felony. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I know that you get, well, let's see. Is it? Is it a felony? Let's see what the consequences are if you don't report. Let's see, shall we? Protection of vulnerable persons. Aha. The bill also states that the knowledge and willful failure of a person who is required to report known or suspected child abuse or neglect or abandonment is elevated from a first-degree misdemeanor to a third-degree felony. As a result, the potential prison sentence is raised from 1 year to 5 years, and the potential fine is raised from a maximum of $1,000 to a maximum of $5,000. So it can be anywhere from a misdemeanor to a felony, depending on what the circumstances are. Wow. So this guy just admitted on the stand that he committed at least a misdemeanor, possibly a felony. Where are the cops?
Members of the jury, any questions?
Ooh, jury questions, jury questions. All right, we know they're going to have some. The bailiff has gotten the jury
Yes.
questions. Here we go. Oh, they turned the microphones off. Let's see, how long does this go on? All right, here comes the jury, I guess. Yeah, Cat. And you get a felony, and you get a felony, and you get a felony. How many people have we seen on this stand who said they suspected child
Please be
abuse but
seated.
didn't report
Members of
it?
the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And none of you saw any media accounts about this case since you were last with us? And no one approached you, is that correct? Correct. And just to remind you, I did discuss these questions with the lawyers outside the presence of the witness. Doctor, the jury has several questions for you. Did the doctors at All Children's Hospital think that Maya had asthma and treat her with it?
Are we referring to the pulmonologist, Dr. Kreisman?
Do the best you can to answer the question.
So I don't have records from All Children's Hospital. That would be clear. The only records I received was from Dr. Kreisman from the visit after she was discharged from the hospital. And then the question is, do I have evidence that she had asthma?
And did the doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's
Treat her
Hospital
for
think that Maya had asthma and treat her with it?
So based on the records, there's a normal spirometry, meaning breathing, the pulmonary function test was normal, but he had advised to continue on a inhaler that was prescribed and a course of tapering corticosteroids.
So they did.
Before you saw Maya, did you know what CRPS was and how it affects people?
It's a great question. To some degree, I have a lot of veterans in my practice. I see adults and pediatrics. That's the treating we have. It's not just pediatrics. So we would have folks that come in with some complex pains that I would hear from the VA notes of the possibility that they may have CRPS. But I wasn't familiar with the disease. I just know they complain about kind of phantom pains and burning sensation on skin. That's my only recollection of that disease.
Did you notice any signs or lab numbers that showed Maya was getting ketamine treatments?
That's a great question. So let me try to explain So I wasn't aware she was receiving ketamine treatments until the second visit. Was there anything that I would expect? I have no idea. I'm not familiar with ketamine treatments in the US to begin with. I was surprised that she had gone to Mexico to have that done. So my short
So I know nothing about ketamine.
answer is no. I'm not aware of any abnormal labs that might be linked to some
God, he
treatment she
talks
received
too much.
outside of the country.
Did you ask or know why Maya was in a wheelchair?
Yes, sir. We did on the first visit, and she did tell me that there was pain and spasms, is what she was describing. She did mention the word RDS when we first met. However, I wasn't familiar with the disease. I had an idea of what it might be, but I clearly said it's outside
But it's not my specialty, and I have no idea.
of my scope, and I think I alluded to that in my notes. Have follow up with primary care or neurology.
So why the hell would you suspect Munchausen when you have no clue about what this? Yeah, I can slow him down. No problem. When you have no clue what RSD is about, why would you suspect Munchausen? I suspect collusion between the defense team and this guy. That's what I suspect. Doctor, we need you to say you suspected child abuse.
Because I don't know how to manage those.
The next question, I see you had concern of possible Munchausen syndrome by proxy enough to document in Maya's medical record As a mandatory reporter in the state of Florida, did you call and report this to CPS?
The jury knows what mandated reporting is. We've got at least one nurse and one former cop on the jury. And everybody has asked every doctor who didn't report. This jury has asked that question to every single one of them. Did you report it, and why not?
That's a great question. And the reason I didn't do so, and I apologize if I didn't allude to this in the past. You can have hunch instincts of things. I'm the one guy who's seen this person twice in my office with an extensive medical history. And I reached out to the one person who would know from any other specialist that has seen this child will have an idea of what's going on with her. I'm just, like I said, one small.
That's not what the law says, sir. Let me repeat the law to you again. Chapter 39 of the Florida statutes mandates that any person who knows or has reasonable cause to suspect, that means a hunch, sir, that a child is abused, neglected, or abandoned by a parent, legal custodian, caregiver, or other person responsible for the child's welfare shall immediately report such knowledge or suspicion to the Florida Abuse Hotline of the Department of Children and Family Services. So why didn't you do that? Is it possible that you didn't believe at the time that this happened? Is it possible that you've just now decided to testify that you thought this could be a possibility? And there's no way to prove it, because is it in the notes? Did we get to that? Did he write it down in the notes? Did he actually talk to the other doctor, or did he just say that he did?
Part of her life in that year, less than a year that she was having these symptoms. So my reach out was not to the state, sir. It was actually reaching out to the primary doc. Listen, is this something that you've considered? That was all. I don't want to report something like this where I'm not 100% certain that that's what's going on. It was a red flag, basically, is what I'm sending out there.
Well, he already answered the why not question.
That's not what the law says.
Move on to the next one. Doctor, you mentioned your training and specialties. In any of those specialties, was CRPS, or the older term that it is known as, was this CRPS part of those specialties?
Good question, and the answer is no. Understand, we're referring to the allergy immunology, we're referring to both allergy and pediatrics. I'm not sure, but let's assume we're looking at both. The short answer would be no. RDS, to be quite honest with you, at my time of training, probably was just like fibromyalgia, other diseases where we think there's something there, but we don't have evidence of substantiate or objective ways of treating.
No. So there's other conditions where we know that the reports of pain don't fit what the tests show, and they're not false. Fibromyalgia is one of them. He just said that. So why then would reports of symptoms that don't match up with tests raise any flags of child abuse, since there's all kinds of autoimmune disorders that do the same thing?
My short answer is no, we do not.
And this next question is similar to another juror's questions. Upon your first meeting with Maya in October 2015, Maya was in a wheelchair. Do you recall what was Maya or Beata's explanation for the need of a wheelchair?
Well, similar to what I said earlier, I wasn't given a diagnosis until towards the end, where she mentioned RDS. But she was doing we do a review.
Oh my God, it's RSD, not RDS, and not CRSP or whatever the hell he keeps saying. Is he dyslexic, or is he just willfully ignorant?
System, so we kind of go over each organ and ask questions. And that came up as part of her neurological, that she does have spasms and pains. And also, I think she mentioned headaches. And she corrected me and said that headaches are part of RDS.
RDS.
During the December visit, was Maya in a wheelchair on that visit?
Yes, she was. Unlike the previous visit, she was in no pain or distress. She was on an iPad. I remember clearly because
she was in a wheelchair. Hey, asshole, they asked you if she was in a wheelchair.
She was actually doing a Word document. So I don't know if she was writing the story or something. It just struck me as a young kid doing that. That was pretty neat.
On this December visit, was any or were any pain issues mentioned as like the visit's initial daily interview?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, let me just read it verbatim. On this December visit, Was any pain issues mentioned as possibly the visit's initial daily interview?
No, it was not. That did not come up. The purpose of the second visit, as it always usually is to follow up on anything that I do and to review the records. And she did bring additional records to that visit, but it was not mentioned at all. She did go into, like I said, some sort of a spasm towards the end of the visit when I was giving her a summary of my findings. And I thought that was kind of odd.
When you said spasm, you mean Maya or Mrs.?
I'm sorry, Maya.
During the December visit, did you see any signs of dystonia?
No. So when so assuming we're referring to dystonia as muscle cramping or some changes associated with muscle cramping, usually the lower legs are the more common. I'm assuming that's what we're referring to. I did not. There was a physical examination done on both visits, and both visits did not correlate with any. Again, from the best of my abilities, I don't do a full neurological exam. I'm not a neurologist, but I did not see any joint aches and pains when I examined her. I did not see from visible skin lesions at all. So my short answer is I did not.
Was Maya in long or short pants?
Ooh, that's a great question. I'm trying to remember. I remember I was able to see her ankles. That's all I can tell you. And I believe she may have had not long or short pants. What do they call them? Capris. So short, yeah. That's what I remember. It's 8 years ago. I'm sorry, guys.
Was she wearing socks, shoes, sandals, flip-flops?
Do not recall that part, no. And I don't believe she was wearing footwear, but I just don't remember the top of my head.
Next question. And this was prefaced as a yes or no from the juror. You mentioned that based on your examination of Maya and reviewing of testing results, you came to believe Maya suffered from Munchausen syndrome by proxy or similar term.
And you're asking for a yes and no answer?
You can expound, but why don't you first start off with yes or no?
It cannot be a yes and no answer. I can only say suspect, and I'm required to raise a red flag somewhere. I have to reach out for somebody to help.
And that would be the Florida Department of Children and Family Services.
How many cases of Munchausen by proxy had you encountered up until 2015?
This is probably my second in my career, so that would be 2.
That completes the asking of the juror questions. Mr. Hunter, do you have anything in follow-up? Mr. Anderson, do you have anything in follow-up?
Please defer to Dr. Wassenaar on as to whether there really was Munchausen by proxy or not. True.
In my letter, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, he wrote a letter.
Any follow-up to that? Members of the jury, any further follow-up? May this doctor be released?
Yes, Mike Land.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Sir, thank you very much.
All right, moving on to the next witness.
Defense, your next witness, please.
We call Dr. Jennifer Katzenstein.
Katzenstein. Now, is she Johns Hopkins? She's the one in the white. We watched the end of her testimony in the beginning of this because we were jumping around a bit. Katzenstein, is she the psychologist or psychiatrist at Johns Hopkins? That's who I think she is, but can you guys confirm? Psychologist, okay. I guess she'll go through her background. I'm going to speed this up while she goes through her background.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Jennifer Katzenstein.
Okay. And what's your profession?
I'm a pediatric neuropsychologist.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what the road to becoming a pediatric neuropsychologist.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so you might need to
closer.
Yeah, sit a little closer to the microphone, pull it near you. There you go. Start at basics. Let's see if everyone can hear you. Introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jennifer Katzenstein.
I think that's more
better.
So A pediatric neuropsychologist. Where did you go to undergrad?
I went to undergraduate school at Lafayette College.
Okay. And what did you graduate with?
Bachelor's of Science in Neuroscience.
I don't care.
And then after you graduated with your Bachelor of Science in Neuroscience, where did you go to school next?
I went to graduate school for my master's and my doctorate degree at Purdue's campus in Indianapolis.
And did you achieve your doctorate?
I did.
Not to age you, but I gotta ask, what year did you graduate?
2008.
Okay. Well, and after you graduated, where did you go next?
I went to fellowship, which is a 2-year placement at Texas Children's Hospital in Houston, Texas.
Okay. Maybe you could go to the journey, explain to them what is a fellowship training? What does that do?
So for psychology,
Could
it's
you
similar
look-
to physicians. We spend
Why did he say, could you look at the jury and tell them? Oh my God. Stop coaching the witness.
1 year as an intern at a placement somewhere across the country in order to get your degree. And then after that, you have to have a number of supervised hours to be able to be considered license eligible across the country. And so for me and for pediatric neuropsychology, we're required to have a 2-year placement in order to be board eligible. So that was my 2 years of training after my degree was completed.
Did you achieve board certification?
I've achieved board certification by the American Board of Professional Psychology in both clinical neuropsychology and subspecialty in pediatric neuropsychology.
And you retain those board certifications?
I do.
Okay. What's your focus?
My focus as a pediatric neuropsychologist is on how the brain impacts behavior and cognitive functioning, and how we can best support children in determining their educational and vocational needs based upon their cognitive strengths and weaknesses.
So, how long have you been working at All Children's Hospital?
I've been working at All Children's for just over 8 years.
Okay. So, if we work backwards, do you remember when you started? What year?
July 2015.
Great. All your work is in pediatrics?
All of my work has been in pediatrics.
Are you familiar in general with the diagnosis of pain as a component of pediatric disorders?
I am.
What percentage of your practice is devoted to working with children with pain?
That's challenging to say because kids have varying levels of pain throughout multiple different types of medical treatments. So I would say many of my patients have some level of pain as it relates to their medical history or their current medical treatments.
Okay. So we're going to talk about what your role is, but I'm going to try to let the jury understand from you what your role would not be. You're not a medical doctor that makes a medical diagnosis. Is that fair?
I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay. So I think one of the things the jury might want to know, are you going to be telling this jury whether Maya has or does not have CRPS?
I will not be speaking, confirming, or denying any medical diagnosis.
So let's talk a little bit about pain scores, because the jury's heard a little bit about pain scores. How do you take a pain score from a child?
So with kids, it's more complicated because pain is subjective and pain is very specific to the individual. So for kids and for many people, we have a scale of 1 to 10.
So
for kids, it has little faces next to it as well, where we say a 1 would be no pain and a 10 would be the most pain you've ever felt, and ask them to give a rating or point to the smiley face along that pain scale.
Okay. So is it subjective?
It is subjective.
Okay. Well, what do you normally see in a child who's reporting 10 out of 10 pain?
In a child who would be experiencing a 10 out of 10 pain, that should be the most significant pain they've ever had. And so that would be, from my observation, something like lying on their bed, maybe curled up, not willing to speak, maybe feeling nauseous, vomiting, not even being able to speak, maybe even screaming because of the pain that they're experiencing being so severe.
You've had a chance to evaluate children who deal with chronic pain?
I have had some children with chronic pain in my practice.
Do children with chronic pain generally record higher or lower scores of pain?
It really depends. Our pain is specific to who we are and also our perception of that pain. And so when maybe someone says, I have a really high pain tolerance, they might rate their pain a little bit lower because their worst, most significant pain or their perception of that is higher than maybe someone who doesn't have that same perception of pain or understanding of their own pain.
So I'm going to ask you about some of your interactions with Maya and her family. Okay. We're going to start claiming joining to the 1001-3740, which is an evidence. You can put that up, please. And we can probably focus in where your psychology consult note begins. Just sort of talking about this note.
No
if you can tell the
simping.
jury, what was your purpose of trying to meet
No
with Maya?
simping for witches.
This would have been the day that the consult would have been received by the psychology service to complete this request by our medical team. In this initial note, I'm looking here.
Wait, what does this say? Psychological consult note. This is by Katzenstein. Met with medical team to discuss plan of care for Maya and current psychology needs. Discussed consult request for psychological evaluation. Dr. Smith and the pain team are planning to meet with the family today to provide plan of care. I introduced myself to the family and indicated I would follow up with them tomorrow morning after they have met with the team today.
Here, I was meeting with the pain team to discuss the plan of care, and I introduced myself to the family. Oftentimes in these situations, there's numerous providers in and out of the room, so we were working to schedule a time so that we could speak all together.
And just so the jury's aware, is most of your practice on the campus inside the hospital, or is it off campus?
For my practice, primarily, I'm an outpatient provider, meaning that I do clinics that are in a separate building from the hospital. However, at this time, we had 3 psychologists, and we each rotated on call every week. And so when those times came up and a consult was received and I was on call, I would be inpatient for those required appointments, consultations, needs for my patients, and also outpatient during my clinic time as well.
Yeah. So during this first time that you had spent with the Kowalskis on 1010, did they ever express to you a desire to leave All Children's?
No.
We'll talk to you about your next note. It's on Joint Exhibit 1001-332. Sorry, yes, it's 1001-3832. And if you could pull out where her note begins, this would be the next day, October 11th. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a statement in here about the interview history about why you were being consulted. Can you tell the jury why you were being consulted on this day?
Initially, my understanding of the consultation was that Nemours wanted to have a measure of cognitive functioning, or IQ, completed as part of the transfer request. But as I became involved and met with the medical team, that had evolved over time to supporting the family during the hospitalization.
Okay, so we'll talk about your role in terms of supporting the family and supporting Maya going forward. But there's a discussion of Nemours. Did you have some familiarity yourself in terms of what Nemours could provide?
I did. About 6 months prior to this, myself and another anesthesiologist had traveled to Nemours to observe the program. We were interested in putting together a business plan to do something similarly, and spent the day with the team at Nemours observing their physical therapist, occupational therapist, their psychological therapist, and then also working with their physician to get an overview of the components of the program and then how the day was set up for each patient involved.
In your note, on the second sentence, it says, this has evolved to provide supports for the family and discuss the importance of cognitive behavioral therapy and pain management. See that?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury, what is cognitive behavioral therapy?
Cognitive behavioral therapy is a therapy that we use as psychologists and therapists. It's evidence-based. It actually has quite a bit of support behind it as the standard of care for many psychological conditions, and can help with the stress and anxiety related to medical conditions as well. But what it is we look at how our thoughts impact our feelings and our behaviors. And so we talk through different coping strategies and understanding of the interplay between our stress, our anxiety, our mood, and those thoughts, and then work to address the thoughts to in turn improve our mood, our feelings, our behavior.
From your perspective as a neuropsychologist working with Maya to provide cognitive behavioral therapy, does it matter the source, meaning whether it's psychogenic pain or an underlying illness?
Interestingly, for many conditions, psychological and otherwise, cognitive behavioral therapy is a strong therapeutic technique regardless of diagnosis.
Okay. Let me turn to the next page, Clay, it's 3833. And this is page 2 of your note. I'll direct your attention to the top. Do you recall, or does this help refresh you, that you had met with Maya and her father the previous day?
Mm-hmm.
So you're coming back the next day. What is the goal? What are you trying to get?
My goal was to meet with everyone together.
Okay. And does your note reflect whether you were able to meet with mom, dad, and Maya all together on this day?
I was not yet able to meet with everyone together.
Okay. It looks like you tried to call mom to arrange it, and for whatever reason, she just wasn't available at that time.
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to direct your attention now to the next note, the next day, which is Joint Exhibit 3829. And this is now the third day. And just just backing up, and I'll cover this for each day, on October 11th, for any interactions they had with the family, did anyone express a desire to leave all children?
No.
Okay, so let's talk about 10-12. The next day, this is your third attempt to meet with all the Kowalskis, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next page, which is 3830 at the top. And again, it looks like the second paragraph, you were trying to meet with Maya's mom, is that right?
Correct.
And for whatever reason, she was unavailable to meet with you at this time?
Correct.
Okay. And then you discussed, well, take a look at your note. Did you discuss with the nurse some techniques that she can employ with Maya to help her?
Yes.
And what would those techniques be?
I spoke with the nurse about different ways that she can help Maya calm down, including utilizing deep breathing, some meditation. So again, that calming process for our body. And then sometimes for our kids in the hospital, there's a lot of people in and out of the room. And to give them some control of who comes in and out, we put a stop sign on the door so that maybe for 20 or 30 minutes each day, they can say, I don't really want anyone in the room. I don't want to be bothered during this time, because there's so much happening medically. Then that way they can put that stop sign out there and really control who's in and out.
It looks like, according to your note, you called mom to meet with you.
I did.
Okay, and at least as of this time, you didn't receive a call back. Is that fair?
Correct.
And Clay, just because we covered this, but if you can scroll down a little bit on this page where it says medical history, we'll stop there. There's a number of diagnoses here with the medical confirmed. Can you tell this jury how that gets on your note?
Yes, those are entered by the medical team. And when we write notes in the electronic medical record, oftentimes there are pieces of the medical record that automatically come in. And so those pieces of the note are brought in by the different software program and then are not made by me, but are presented by the medical team.
Yeah, I think we talked about this at the start of your testimony, but whether these diagnoses exist or do not exist, that's not something that you get involved in. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about the next day. You made looks like another attempt, which is the fourth attempt at a family meeting. And that's at 1001-3824, please. And we can expand on it a little bit there. Okay. Did you have a chance to meet with the family on this day?
I did.
Okay. All of the Kowalskis?
Correct. Well, Maya, mother and father.
I apologize. Right. So it was mom, dad, and mom.
Correct.
Okay. It looks like, at least according to your note, you spent a significant amount of time in conversation.
I did.
Okay. At any point during this meeting on October 13th, did anyone express, and did either Jack or Beata Kowalski express to you a desire that they wanted to leave the hospital?
No.
Objection. Straw man.
And it looks like you had a long conversation of some of Maya's medical history. Do you see that? In terms of the homebound and
Oh, yes, just scroll a little bit further.
okay. We'll flip to the next page, Clay, which is 3825, please. And take a minute to review your note if the House you refresh asking a couple of questions about this.
Okay.
You have a comment about halfway down the first paragraph where it says that the school transition caused significant anxiety and exacerbation of her pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next sentence says her parents reported understanding that anxiety and stress are directly related to her pain.
Yes.
Can you explain from your perspective as a neuropsychologist what the interplay is of that mind-body connection with pain?
Absolutely. So when we have increased anxiety, stress, or other psychological functions, we can see an increase in other physical symptoms as well. And in this case, Maya's parents understood in our discussions that having increased stress and anxiety about having to return to school was related to an increase in pain.
The return to school, did you have an understanding as a neuropsychologist what that meant in terms of how many hours Maya would be receiving at home versus now what she was being asked by the school board to come back to?
Yeah. So in my experience, hospital homebound services means that the teacher comes into the home pre-COVID in person for 2, 3, maybe 5 hours in total per week. And then there's other assignments that the student is doing throughout the week. So going from hospital homebound with a few hours per week of individual teaching supports back into a full school academic setting, I understood could be stressful because that's a big transition.
Okay. In the next paragraph, where it starts with her parents went on to describe the stress, there's a comment at the end of it about mom directing you to a blog and a fundraiser. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you have a conversation with Mrs. Kowalski about whether you should be reviewing the blogs and the fundraising pages?
I recall her offering those to me to provide a better understanding of Maya's condition. However, I indicated that I don't utilize the internet or social media or any other sources for my families because I want to gain that information directly from them.
In the next paragraph, you were discussing your observations with the Morse Pain Clinic.
Yes.
And I know you gave the jury some understanding of what you knew about it. Would it have been your recollection that you would have recommended to the Kowalskis this being a program that they should consider?
Yes, I continued to recommend that, the duration of the hospitalization.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to the next page, which is 3826. Under the histories, it says history limited by. Can you read that for a moment, Doctor? What did you mean by altered mental status and Maya's pain and emotional status?
So as a part of every consultation, we do a mental status. So I can report back the current functioning of that individual child. And at this initial consult, where all family members, mom and dad, were present, Maya appeared to have an altered mental status as she wasn't able to report or discuss with me at that time. And mom and dad were providing all of the responses.
Okay. And having met Maya prior, when it was just her and her dad, and now meeting Maya when her mom's present, was there a difference in Maya's affect?
In previous meetings, I had spoken with her, and she had been conversational, and she was not at this meeting.
Let me turn you to 2 pages deeper. It's at 3828. Under the appearance section, what did you know?
I wrote here, Maya was poorly groomed, and her parents reported this to be a change in her demeanor, as she usually takes great pride in self-care.
And then under the social emotional, what did you report?
Anxiety, depression. Maya's parents report significant anxiety and stress exacerbate Maya's pain. In addition, they discuss that she appears more depressed and that her mood has changed because of her pain.
Clay, if you'll scroll down to the assessment and plan to the bottom where there's a diagnosis. What was your diagnosis as of this day after having the family meeting?
At initial meeting, I diagnosed psychological factors affecting other medical conditions severe.
What does that mean? Can you explain that to the jury?
Per the medical record, there were medical diagnoses, and in discussions with parents, they noted that anxiety and stress exacerbate the pain that is related at that time to the medical condition. Severe means hospitalization. So there's different levels, and per our diagnostic and statistical manual that we utilize to diagnose, severe equates directly to hospitalization.
The next line, you have something that says rule out somatic symptom disorder. Can you tell the jury what your thought process was here?
Yeah. Pain disorders, psychological components of pain are complicated. And so in this section of our manual, there are multiple different diagnoses. Somatic symptom disorder is one of them. And what it means is that the physical manifestation or the symptoms related to the medical condition are out of proportion with what the individual is perceiving. And so it might be excessive focus on the symptoms. It may be that the symptoms and the condition become part of one's identity and that treatment has really taken over their life and become who they are. And I wanted to explore that further as we continued our time together.
The jury's heard at various times a diagnosis called conversion disorder. Are you familiar with what that is?
I am.
Can you explain to the jury what conversion disorder is?
Sure. So also in this chapter is conversion disorder. That's when one or more physical symptoms can't be related to a physical or medical condition. And so it's thought that maybe anxiety, stress, psychological factors are manifesting a physical symptom, and it's not purposeful. This is really a complex interplay of how our mind and our body work. And sometimes related to that, you can see that a patient has a reinforcement for those physical symptoms. And again, our minds are creating these physical symptoms, even though that patient isn't purposefully creating them.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point, doctor. In conversion disorder, that doesn't necessarily mean the patient is faking it. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Does conversion disorder in your training mean that the patient is faking it?
In conversion disorder, many times the symptoms are real. What's happening is real. It is very much not being rooted in a medical condition, but that, or faking it, this, or pretending these are real symptoms that are happening.
Can you?
Wait. If it's real, then her mother doesn't have Munchausen? Then it's not child abuse? Because if the symptoms are real, then wouldn't you as a parent be trying everything you could to get relief? The hell?
Explain to the jury or expand on the concept. You talked about the subconscious level of this. What is the interplay of conversion disorder and the subconscious of a patient?
Yeah. Conversion disorder really is in the subconscious. So these symptoms are coming through as a result of significant stressors, psychological or emotional factors. So it is, again, that deeper interplay in our mind where the physical symptoms arise.
Let me direct your attention to 3829, which is the last page of your note, and just if you could go to the top, Clay. You made some recommendations. What did you recommend to the family at the end of this hearing?
I would remain available to the patient during the admission, and I'll continue to follow Maya during the admission. And then I was requesting continued follow-up with her outpatient psychotherapy provider, utilizing evidence-based practices, including biofeedback and cognitive behavioral therapy, and then follow up with Nemours day treatment pain program.
What was Nemours asking you to do or someone to do on Maya's behalf before transfer?
My understanding for the reason for my consultation was to get a measure of IQ, cognitive functioning.
Was that task performed by you or Dr. Lewis, or what ultimately happened with that?
Ultimately, that was completed by Dr. Lewis.
Is there can you tell the jury why you didn't independently repeat that?
Yeah. So when we utilize measures of IQ per the standardization of those IQ measures, you can't repeat them within a year. And Dr. Lewis at that point was involved in the case. He would be doing an evaluation. And so it wouldn't be within the bounds of each intellectual ability measure to be able to repeat that within a year, let alone a few weeks.
Let me ask you about the next time you saw Maya. We'll go to 3821. And just to orient you at this point, the shelter order had been in place. Is that right?
And 1014.
Just so we're not getting, I'll represent to you that after this meeting as of 1014 that there was a shelter order.
Thank you.
Okay. Were you attempting to see Maya the next day to continue cognitive behavioral therapy?
On 1014, I attempted to see her. She was not available, and I'd follow up on Monday.
Okay. So your plan after the 1013 meeting was to continue to see her for cognitive behavioral therapy, but she was in procedural or something.
Correct.
Plan was to come back Monday?
Correct.
Got it. Okay, so let's talk about the next time you saw her, which would be 3816. And you can just note the date of the time, and I'll just direct you to the page 3820. If you can go to 3820. And you were able to perform cognitive behavioral therapy with Maya on this day?
Yes, on the 17th.
What did you notice about her appearance at this point?
She was appropriately dressed and groomed.
And what did you notice about her orientation?
She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation.
I'm going to direct your attention next to 3813. And I'll note it's at the bottom, Clay. It shows that you attempted to meet with Maya again 2 days later on the 19th. What was the purpose of this meeting?
To continue to consult and provide support.
And would that also include cognitive behavioral therapy?
Yes.
Let's go to 3814, please, the next page. And if you could focus on the integral history.
Mm-hmm.
And were you able to provide cognitive therapy on this day?
I was not. Maya was not in her room.
And what was your plan?
I would plan follow-up the next day, continue to provide CBT and some guided journaling.
Let's go to 3810, which is your note from the next day, 1020. And I'll just note that the date of the note. Let's go to the next page, which is 3811. Were you able to meet with Maya this day to provide cognitive behavioral therapy?
She was not in her room.
And what was your plan?
I would plan to follow up the same day if I had time or the next day and continue to provide CBT and guided journaling.
So
Why
let's go to
didn't
the
you
next day, which
schedule
is
with
at
the nurses?
3807.
What the hell was wrong with her? She didn't call the
Now,
head nurse
October
and
21st, were you able
make
to
an
connect with Maya
appointment.
on this day?
I was.
Take a look at your notes. Is this the, what are you doing for this section of cognitive behavioral therapy?
Initially, in cognitive behavioral therapy, we start with what's called psychoeducation. So education and information surrounding how symptoms of pain interact with our moods, our emotional functioning, our stress and anxiety. And we started to discuss the role that our thoughts play in physical outcomes, especially tensing up prior to physical therapy as she worries it will be painful.
In the next paragraph, you have this comment about her pain in the second sentence about her pain being expressed via 10. But you have a comment about her affect. Can you describe to the jury what you meant by this?
Yeah. Her affect was quite bright and didn't match what I would perceive a 10 to be, which would be that significant extreme pain.
You were able to complete cognitive behavioral therapy sessions with Maya this day?
I was.
So let's go to the next note, which would be on October 26th, and Clay, that will be at 3803. Would this be the fourth session of cognitive behavioral therapy you were able to perform with Maya?
Yes.
And was she present to be able to participate?
Yes.
You have a comment here about, in the second paragraph, about scary movies and our time in Mexico. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was?
Yeah, and part of our guided entry into her journal, we were talking about different questions. So a guided journal entry would be a question that we were answering together. And so we were completing an entry together of what she was most afraid of. And she indicated that when she was in Mexico receiving treatments, she saw a scary movie, The Ring, and that she was very afraid of that movie.
I'm going to take you to the end of your note of 3806. And you have some recommendations here, Doctor.
I would continue to follow Maya while she was inpatient and provide CBT. And then as discharge was considered, it was highly recommended that she be placed in an inpatient pain program where she can receive frequent cognitive behavioral therapy and biofeedback from a psychologist.
It looks like you attempted to meet with Maya next for cognitive behavioral therapy on October 31st, Halloween. I'll take you to your note at 3799. And if you just look at the interval history, can you tell the jury whether you were able to do cognitive behavioral therapy on this day?
I was not. Her father was present for a supervised visit.
Okay. And what was your thought process?
Yeah, I wanted to honor their time together and allow them that time to be together, and I could come back the next day or another day.
So let me direct your attention to your note of 11/2, 2 days later, which is at 3795. Were you able to spend time with Maya this day? Well, actually, let me direct your attention to the second page of the note. And at the top, in terms of interval history, you document a conversation with the social worker.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work at All Children's in terms of the liaison of DCF and social work?
Yeah, our social work team is the primary liaison between DCF and our hospital staff.
Did you make any recommendations to Kathy Betty of social work in terms of what Maya might need after discharge?
So oftentimes when there's a shelter of a patient, they're ready for discharge from the hospital far before the court has made a decision about what the next steps look like or where the child can go if they can go back to the home. So what we do is we provide recommendations for what those next steps should look like should they not be able to be reunified with their family. So in this case, what I was recommending was first going into some type of rehabilitation or pain management program. And then if the decision still had not been finalized by the court at that point, she would be going into a foster care setting, and there's different levels of foster care setting. And I want it to be the most appropriate level for her needs. So in this case, it was the medical foster care with a mental health component so that they could understand her medical appointments, any potential medications, and the complexities of what was happening.
Let me direct your attention to the next note, which is at 3791. Did you attempt to meet with Maya on this day, 2 days later, for cognitive behavioral therapy? Clay, you can go to the next page at 3792.
So again, her father was present for a supervised visit.
Okay. And did you, again, just to move things along, you decided to honor their visitation time and come back another day?
Correct.
Let's turn to your next note at 11:08, which Clay will be at 3787. And were you able to provide, we'll do it at 3788, which is the page of your note. Were you able to provide some cognitive behavioral therapy with Maya in this case?
Yes.
And were you able to, would this be cognitive behavioral session number 5?
This would be number 5, correct.
So let's go to the next note, the next day on 11/9. Did you attempt to meet with Maya for cognitive behavioral therapy? Clay, it's at 3783.
Yes, I did.
And let's go to the next page, which is 3784. Per your note, were you able to provide cognitive behavioral therapy session number 6?
Yes, on 11/9.
And what types of things are you discussing during the session?
She's discussing wanting to go home. She was up all night worrying and crying about the outcome of the court hearing, and she described her pain to be a 10.
Let's talk about the next note, which is at 3780. We'll go to the second page of this. This isn't a cognitive behavioral therapy note, but it discusses some interaction that you had with risk management with Kowalski. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what the circumstance of this was?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you tell the jury what the circumstances were at this point?
We had received a court order from the court to provide family therapy. I am not a family therapist, and on staff, none of our psychologists were family therapists. I wanted to provide the information to risk management of how to proceed, given that we did not have a psychologist on staff with family therapy experience to be able to complete this request.
It looks like in the second paragraph, you provided your cell phone number to Mr. Kowalski.
He provided his cell phone number to me. I subsequently provided the direct line to my office.
Okay. So you provided Mr. Kowalski a number that if you wanted to talk to you and contact you, he could reach out to you directly.
Yes.
Overall. Let's talk about the next time that you saw Maya, which would be at note 3776. Were you able to connect with Maya for cognitive behavioral therapy on November 25th?
Yes.
Okay. And at least on the first page of the note, would this be cognitive behavioral therapy number 7?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you're reinforcing the types of activities that you would recommend for these sessions?
Correct.
Let's talk about the next attempts. Would that be on December 2nd at note 3773?
12/2, I attempted to see her.
Okay, let's go to the next page. What happened? Where was Maya?
She wasn't in her room.
Where are, I don't know if you remember specifically, but for a patient like Maya, where would she be?
Yeah, there could be a couple places for physical therapy and occupational therapy. We have a gym where the kids can go to, so they're doing more activities and there's more place to be.
Objection, speculation.
Or in the activity center, we have an additional place where our patients go, that child life staffs, where different activities are happening.
Let's go to the next attempt to meet with Maya for cognitive behavioral therapy, which would be a note 3769. And it looks like she, again, was, at least per your note, in physical therapy and not available. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's go to the next attempt to meet Maya, which would have been on December 14th at note 3766. And did you attempt to provide cognitive behavioral therapy again on this day?
On this day, yes, her nurse let me know that she was in the activity center, so I went down to the activity center, but she was working on a group activity with other kids and wasn't interested in speaking to me.
Okay. Do you remember what the activity was?
I do not.
Let's go to the next time you tried to meet with Maya for cognitive behavioral therapy 2 days later, and that would be at note 3763. Do you remember where Maya was?
She was not in her room. I didn't know.
You note that you have a plan to discuss rewards for goals. What is that, doctor? If you can explain that to the jury.
The physical therapists were looking for ways to help engage her in physical therapy. And so oftentimes we put together a behavior chart and we set goals. We want them to be small and achievable to start. And then those are linked to rewards. So at home, it could be things like choosing what the family has for dinner, extra time before bedtime. In the hospital setting, we're looking for what things can be reinforcers to help her to engage and feel motivated to engage in those physical therapy activities.
Let's talk about the next time you visited with Maya, which would be 4 days later at note 3758. Were you able to connect with Maya on December 20th?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next page. And just to speed things along, it looks like you're summarizing the rewards plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
How did she react when you discussed this potential rewards chart?
At first, when I walked into the room, she appeared frustrated and down. But once I mentioned we'd be discussing rewards, she quickly brightened and was cooperative, outlining the list that you see here.
So talk to me about this list on potential rewards. Clay, you can scroll down a little bit. How does this list work?
So it's an opportunity for a patient, a child, to tell us anything that might be motivating for them. And then we take it back to the team, our child life specialists, to determine what could be feasible. Could we have someone come in and do hair and makeup or manicure or pedicure? Or could we figure out a way to do an individual tour of the helipad or have her play the piano in the lobby? What can we do? What can work?
What is a child life specialist?
A child life specialist is someone trained in normalizing the hospital experience for our patients. They're there to provide activities, talk through medical procedures, and provide support to the patient and their family.
And did all children's have people that could come into the hospital and help fulfill some of these rewards or requests of the child?
Yes. Pre-COVID, all of these things were on the table.
So let's talk a little bit about the next time you saw Maya, which would be 2 days later, 12/22/16, if we could go.
Man, I just got to tell you, I got a pepper from my garden. I pickled peppers the other day. And holy crap, these red ones are so hot. I'm crying. I am crying. Woo, boy, that was a hot pepper.
Go to note 3755. Looks like you, in the note, she gave you some more ideas for rewards. Is that right?
She did.
Well, I don't know what gelato from Pasiugo is.
I'm sorry, you don't know that.
It's
a gelato place that is in St. Pete and multiple places that has multiple different delicious gelatos.
And do you have a recollection of whether the hospital was able to help with that?
Yeah, I do remember Pasiugo gelato coming into the hospital for Maya.
Okay. Let's talk about the next visit on 1001-3751, please, Clay. This was the 9th cognitive behavioral therapy session that you were able to accomplish with Maya?
Yes.
And you talked to her about coping strategies as she went through the process. Is that fair?
Yes.
Not to dwell on it, but the jury knows that shortly after this, her mom passed.
Yes.
Were you able to meet and provide some bereavement services for Maya?
On the day of Maya's mother's passing, I was present at the hospital to provide support if needed. However, our chaplain went in. I was not asked to go in. And then the next day I followed up with the family and Maya in her room.
Just a couple of questions before I yield to Mr. Anderson or Mr. Whitney. Did Maya ever complain to you while in the hospital about any negative interactions with Kathy B?
No.
In fact, did Maya ever complain to you about any concerns she had with mistreatment in the hospital?
No.
Did
please.
Any concerns with Kathy B? Mr. Whitney. Did Maya ever complain to you while in the hospital about any negative interactions with Kathy B?
No.
In fact, did Maya ever complain to you about any concerns she had with mistreatment in the hospital?
No.
Did
please.
Damn it. I'm muted. Boomered it. Dang it. All right. So that's where this is where it happened, where Shapiro kicks open that door to the SA that Maya reported to this doctor, that a doctor came in, took her underwear down and looked at her privates. And she said she was uncomfortable. All right. So what we are going to do is, we already saw this part. We watched the proffer. We watched the argument. The judge determines that he's going to tell the jury to disregard the last question and answer. And then they go to lunch. Nothing. Let's see. Did we get jury questions? We didn't get jury questions for this witness, though. Did we? I don't think we got to that. So let me see what this part is, because we watched all of that earlier. If you want to watch it, go back to the beginning of the stream.
To whether Maya Kowalski disclosed any mistreatment in the hospital, and then we're not going to follow up on that issue in front of the jury. So we're not going to talk about it. Okay. Let's bring in the jury.
All right. So when the jury comes back in, I think they decide to go to a break.
Did no investigation and received no information, no media coverage. Is that correct? Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to instruct you to disregard the question and answer you heard last, which was whether Maya Kowalski disclosed any mistreatment in the hospital. So you were to disregard that question and the answer. You may continue, Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you, Your Honor. So just to recap.
All right. So we watched the rest of this. And then I guess they go to lunch. And they are back from lunch. Again, we're getting close to when I'm going to have to end the stream because I have senior photos today with my senior that I need to take her to this afternoon. So we basically have until 3. We have like an hour. I've got an hour left, and then I'll have to come back and do part 2 later.
So that variant, and because I'm directing a verdict as to that portion.
What? What are we directing? Hold on.
I did see
more directed verdicts. What?
And that.
Hold on.
Let's talk about directed verdict motions and rulings with respect to directed verdict motions first. Okay. As it relates to the battery count, and which is count 5, and that portion of the battery count that deals with the transport to the EEG room and the time period in the EEG room, I did not see any evidence of a battery occurring during that discrete time period. And so I did see there was clips that were identified, but I did not see a battery occurring in those clips, nor in Maya Kowalski's testimony. And therefore, that portion of count 5 that deals with the EEG transport / in the EEG room, I'm going to grant the directed verdict motion as to that variant. And because I'm directing a verdict as to that portion of count 5, obviously the punitive damage motion with respect to that portion of count 5 will be granted as.
Okay, so this is the plaintiff's fault because they were given the weekend to come up with evidence that there was some sort of battery during the transfer of Maya. So I guess they weren't able to do that.
Well, obviously this does not impact the false imprisonment claim associated with the 2 days within the EEG room, but that's a different tort than battery. And the other counts, 6C, 14C, and 18, I'm going to go ahead and deny those counts, finding that the plaintiffs made a prima facie case with respect to those counts.
Let me see if I wrote down what 6C was, because I did write down some of them. I was trying to follow along. It looks like no, I did not. So, well, hopefully he'll tell us what it was.
And just to be clear, if I have not already granted a directed verdict on something, just to wipe the slate clean, I will deny as to anything that I have not physically and specifically addressed. Mr. Altenburn.
I just want to be clarification. Did you deny the directed verdict on the fraudulent billing claim?
No, on count 18, I am not denying. I am denying it. I am not granting it. I'm denying it. So the only one that I granted today was with respect to count 5, that portion dealing with the EEG room transport and during the time in the EEG room and the corresponding.
No, don't be mad at the judge. Don't be mad. He's denying only one, and he's granting the rest. I mean, sorry. All right. He's granting only the one for the defense, the one part of the battery that he didn't see any evidence for, and he's allowing all the others, it sounds like. So defense does not want to hear this.
Punitive damages. Everything else got denied.
And there are 2 punitives in my note.
Everything else got denied, which means it's going to the jury. So that's good.
I'm not sure if you did make rulings or not. I had sort of, you were still deciding on punitives as to the battery in the chapel area, or did you You might have made a ruling, but I'm not clear on my own record.
The hugs and kisses slash instance, I already granted, granted as it relates to punitive damages.
All right, and
then I
on the
I
ICU.
denied it for the photo session, so there will be punitive damages for the battery. And then I just denied it, or sorry, I just granted it with respect to the EEG room transport. Now, in false imprisonment, I denied the motion for punitive damages as to the EEG room, and so the jury will get punitive damages for false imprisonment associated with the EEG room.
And do they get punitive damages as to the first week in the, when we did not release the child from ICU? That was the other one. That was a good one.
I don't think I ruled on that, so I'm going to deny.
Okay.
Okay, let's, and since you're up, Mr. Altenburn, let me pivot to your question from this morning. On the proposed instructions relative to the time frames and what the dependency court. I've got some thoughts. Either we can do one of two things. I can kind of tell you concepts that I want to see, and then you can do another one, or I can spend some time and try to get something tonight and be able to send it out tomorrow. I can do either of the two.
Whatever you think is at this point in time would be more productive is what I'm happy to do.
Well, I also, and then I need to know from the lawyers what I need to rule on tonight. And I will tell you, yesterday I was, I had first appearances, and then I was ruling on a trial from before. So, I mean, the 14 hours I spent working yesterday, I did not work on your case yesterday. I worked on it on Saturday, but yesterday I was over at the jail and doing another case. So I don't remember what you need me to rule on next. I saw some things about deposition designations, but then I got emails saying wait, and I haven't followed that.
If I can clarify that for you, Judge. So I believe that was on the Malik deposition. And what occurred is that the plaintiff had sent that to you, inadvertently didn't copy us. We, meanwhile, were getting a deposition highlighted and to send to you. So on the Malik deposition, you should have received this morning a highlighted deposition. And the only thing, we have one objection, I think, that needs to be addressed. And I think there might be 5 or 6 objections from the other side that needs to be addressed so that we can then edit and play that deposition. I don't think it'll take the court that long. The deposition itself has been significantly cut down.
So I need to do Malik tonight. Are there other depots I need to review?
Yes, Judge. Well, we have a deposition issue. The plaintiff is declining to give us their counters or objections to Brandon Alexander Depp. They think that first the court has to rule on the admissibility of the deposition itself. And so I'd like to address that.
To play that one.
Yeah, we're getting scrunched here, Judge. As soon as we can. I do have the depths of the court can make a preliminary ruling. I don't think it'll take long. I can give it to Your Honor to look at. Wow.
Sure. I'm trying to figure out how much time I need to spend on these other issues
other
tonight
issue-
so I can answer Mr. Altenberg's question.
The other issue, Judge, is we need rulings on the exhibits that the court took home. And we're going to have additional exhibits tomorrow. So we need some rulings on those.
I don't think the exhibits is going to take me that much longer since we had the discussion this morning. I should be able to, tomorrow morning, just be able to come in and say X, Y, and Z is in, ABC is out. And I think I can just make an announcement, but I don't think that's going to take me much time tonight.
Okay. All right. And I don't believe we're waiting on cross designations for Dr. Hannah's deposition. And like I said, the Brandon Alexander, I think there's going to have to be a preliminary, apparently, legal argument with court. We could do it perhaps when the jury leaves today. It won't take long so that they can then get us their cross designations and objections and we can move forward on that deposition.
Okay, so we will do that when the jury leaves today.
That'd be great.
Even if he gives you the cross designations this afternoon or this evening, I'm probably not getting them tonight anyway.
Understood. Understood. But we need to get the process moving.
So to answer your question, Mr. Altenberg, why don't I take a draft? Now, what I will be giving is not a ruling, but it's my effort to send this farther along. Now, has Mr. Elegant seen?
Yes, I said that to him actually shortly before I sent it to you on Friday. I've got nothing yet back from him. I pinged him this morning that we were going to need to start working.
Conceptually, I want to call the actions in the dependency court just the dependency court.
Okay.
I want to try to avoid some of the passive voice.
Okay.
And, I want to try to tighten a lot. And, well, that's the types of things. I mean, from a content standpoint, I think mostly I'm okay with. There's a lot of instances where we repeatedly say Johns Hopkins is not responsible, Johns Hopkins is not responsible. I'm not going to do it like that.
Okay.
It will probably be more of a statement, at the beginning or the end, but I'm not doing it every other sentence.
I think I only did it 2 or 3 times, but all right.
Well, 2 or 3 times on the first page.
Yeah. Just 2 on the first page, we can combine for sure.
Okay. So I will do that tonight, and I will get it out to you, you and Mr. Elegant in the morning sometime.
Good.
Anything else on that issue before we go on to another issue?
Your Honor, will the order, we'll all have a chance to look at the proposed orders, even as lowly trial counsel?
No. This is how lawyers are.
For the defense argument. They just needed to know that.
Of course. My assistant will be happy to send it to anyone that you all designate. I just assumed that it primarily is a Mr. Altenberg and Mr. Elegant
That is true.
conversation.
Make sure some of the minutia of the orders gets in. So.
Mr. Whitney, you're standing, so I guess that means you're next.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've received their witnesses for tomorrow, one of which is Dr. Elliot Crane, who is one of their experts. So I don't know if the court would prefer to do that this evening or tomorrow morning, but we need, at least as to Dr. Crane, a ruling on our motion to limit his testimony to specialization and his report.
Well, that sounds like something we'll do after the jury duties for the day.
All right, thank you.
Anything else before I bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. I wanted to, and this is trial exhibit 2093-002. If you want to bring it up. Okay. And it's the order of, it's the order of November 10, 2016, this one. And it's specifically, the language on paragraph 6 of page 2, and I can read it to court, and then Danny's bringing it up. And it says, upon the invitation of the child's treating mental health professionals, the parents and Kyle are authorized to attend therapy and counseling sessions with Maya. And I just don't know how much I'm allowed to use these orders in terms of impeachment or refreshing.
Judge, they're not in evidence. They're not in evidence.
They're not in evidence, but.
Who's the witness again? Remind me.
Katzenstein, psychologist.
Was there ever any evidence that they attempted to have a therapy session after that order was entered?
Yes, I mean,
she testified on direct about her effort or lack of effort to facilitate these family therapy sessions.
Here's the thing: we're not talking about the orders. You can ask the question if she attempted to have a therapy session.
Just so it's clear, her testimony on the subject was very clear. This order got in her hands somehow, and she went. I showed her the note. She went to risk management and said, "What does this mean? I'm not a lawyer." And they told her something to the effect of, the order authorizes family counseling sessions. And she said, I'm not a family counselor, so I can't do these sessions with the family. That's her testimony.
Okay. So what's the specific question, Mr.?
I was going to ask her, were you during this period of time the treating mental health professional for Maya Kowalski? And if she says, yes, I am. I say, well, you testified on direct about some meetings and counseling sessions with Maya and her family. Did those ever take place? No. And I guess then her response would be, because I'm not a family therapist.
I don't mind you asking the question if that occurred, but let's not talk about the court orders or referencing, well, the court said you could do this, or the court gave you permission.
That's my questions. That's one. And then there's also, I was going to.
Mr. Shapiro, that concept, assuming Mr. Anderson constrains himself to what he just said.
If he's only going to ask her, did you perform any family counseling sessions? And she can repeat what she said again directly, why she didn't, because she's not a family counselor. I agree with Your Honor. I don't think you can ask the next question. Well, the order authorizes X, Y, and Z. So I think you're just going to ask the question. I don't want to problem the question.
Well, the next one would be, why not? And she would, I guess, say, because I'm a family counselor. And then my question would be, but wouldn't those have to give the opportunity for Beata Kowalski to see Maya?
Well, I don't think that question is allowable.
Okay. Then the next one.
Just think of all this time I'm saving.
I'm learning. It only took me like 3.5 weeks. Then this is trial exhibit 2263-001. And the only, it's not for admission. I'm just going to use it to refresh recollection. It's, you know, dated to, you know what? Hang on.
What's the number?
It's 2263-001. And what I'm trying to figure out here is whether she has knowledge of this. And as yes, she does. So I needed to ask her a question about this. So it's not admitted at this point. I think it's become relevant in the case. If it's not, I'd like to mark it for identification and then move it in, try to move it in on a rebuttal page.
I don't know how this would be relevant to Dr. Katzenstein. The response to this is unfortunately the clinic won't be able to attend.
Yeah, I know. But mine's a little different question.
What are you attempting to ask her about? What are you trying to refresh your recollection?
I'm just trying to refresh your recollection that Sally Smith was on the treatment team.
Well, that is a theory of their case. And this,
So he's going to ask Sally Smith for a legal conclusion on whether she's on the, whether Sally Smith is on the treatment team.
I think he was using this to refresh her recollection if she needed it. I don't know if she needs it, as to whether Dr. Sally Smith was trying to get a whole bunch of providers together to talk about Maya Kowalski's future care.
Yeah, and I guess I was just trying to see a long didactic lecture. I thought the only thing that we were responsible for Sally Smith for her agency was any treatment that she was giving to Maya in the hospital, right? That which functions for this.
That is correct.
So what would this establish?
She's part of the treatment team, but that manages all the treatment at the hospital. I mean,
say that one email where Sally Smith would like us to get together is going to establish that Dr. Katzenstein, the doctor, Sally Smith was part of the treatment team for the entire hospitalization. Or Kathy B. For Kathy B.
The answer is this seems highly relevant, Mr. Anderson, and you will be allowed to refresh your recollection if she needs it.
Thank you.
It is not in evidence.
It is not in evidence.
That's why I said to refresh your recollection.
I want to make sure it's straight.
It doesn't have to be in
Just so
evidence.
we're clear, do you have this document in paper form so we don't have to worry about you turning off the
right here.
turn off the public systems and all that and the jury systems
What is this document anyway?
in paper forms and just
It's not in evidence.
that's why I said to refresh your recollection.
I want to make sure it's straight.
And just so we're clear,
What does it say?
do you have this document in paper form so we don't have to worry about?
What is it that it says? Unfortunately, this is from Katzenstein to Kathy Beatty et al. All kinds of people. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I something and won't be able to come to the hospital at 10:15 or so, until 10:15 or so. Dr. Sally Smith would like us to get together as a treatment team and talk about upcoming needs for Maya. This is from Kathy Beatty. I am proposing. Why is Kathy Beatty on the treatment team? Why is she on the treatment team? She's a social worker. I am proposing Tuesday, December 13th at 9 a.m. If I have forgotten anyone, please let me know. Feel free to invite them to this important meeting. And then Katzenstein says, unfortunately, I have something. I won't be able to come to the hospital until 10. Boy, this Katzenstein seems real uninterested in Maya's case, doesn't she? She's never there. She doesn't do she walks away when Maya's not in her room. She doesn't go find her. Sure.
Me turning off the
Right here.
turn off the public systems and all that and the jury systems.
And she hopefully will just say, yes, Sally Smith was on the team. I won't need to.
Yep.
Can I be heard on this just because I don't, it's like so Sally Smith's inquiring of people at all children's about Maya's future needs for the purposes of where she's going to go in terms of the dependency action, right? Because that's what
That says as a treatment team.
Right, but it says I'd like to talk to the treatment team to figure out what Maya's future needs are, because Sally Smith's going to take that information and go to Judge Hayworth and say, all children's, for their records, shows that Maya has these treatment needs. So the cross-examination or the redirect I could have is, what do you want me to get into with this witness? All children's doesn't direct the dependency court. Sally Smith's making her own independent.
No.
Let's hold the door wide open. All of this. It seems to me.
Again, the fact that Dr. Sally Smith was involved even before The first call was because she was consulted, right? And there's an allegation here in this complaint that Dr. Sally Smith's actions or inactions constituted medical negligence, and that the hospital is responsible. And what I think the plaintiffs are trying to show is that she's actually part of the dependency team. Now, she's wearing two different hats. I agree with you. But the hat to which she is a provider, to the extent the jury were to find that she were a provider, and I'm not here to say she was or wasn't, that's the jury's decision, that's allowable. On the hat that she is wearing as a investigator for the dependency court, that's not allowed. So this seems to be evidence that would suggest that Dr. Sally Smith was also wearing the hat of medical provider.
But under the statute, Sally Smith is allowed to consult with the medical providers at all times.
You can keep saying it. We can do this again and again and again, but I think I have been consistent on this issue that to the extent that Sally Smith is providing or appears to be providing medical care and treatment as opposed to beyond her role as a child abuse investigator, it's going to be admissible. Not the email, but the line of questioning that Mr. Anderson.
Mine's very simple. So it's the final one. I just want to make sure I'm okay on this. This is not in evidence, but it's trial exhibit 2277-253. We've tried to move it in a couple times. I want to use it to refresh your recollection. This has to do with Ms. Beatty. This is Debbie Salisbury's letter of November 18th, 2016, to actually directly to Jennifer Katzenstein, PhD, in which Debbie brings to her attention the fact that there are concerns over Ms. Beatty. So maybe she'll remember it, maybe she won't, but if she doesn't, I wanted to use this to refresh her recollection.
Well, now I want to be clear. For refreshing somebody's recollection, if you need to refresh someone's recollection, you can pretty much use anything. But we're not going to members of the jury, I got this note and show it to the jury as you're walking past them to hand it to.
I shall not.
Okay. And we're not going to read from it.
No, it's hard not to use some of the words, but I will not read the sentences.
Just more specifically concerning is that he wants to get into what's going on with the attorney for the dependency action, complaining about things happening in the dependency action.
And I don't know what specific questions he is going to ask.
Well, that's what this letter's all about.
The question would be, Dr. Katzenstein, you are aware that questions were raised about Ms. Beatty insisting about being on a lot of these telephone calls and other issues concerning her conduct. Not really. Well, did you receive any writings about that? I can't really remember. Would it refresh your recollection? Yes, it probably would. Here, having your memory refreshed now, can you tell us whether you ever received any notification there was a problem with Kathy Beatty? Boom.
From the attorney representing the Kowalskis in the dependency action?
I'm not throwing in the attorney.
But that's who it's from. That's what's on evidence. This is not evidence.
To the extent the witness needs her recollection refreshed, he can use the letter. That does not mean the letter is coming in, nor does it mean he's going to be able to ask specific questions off of this letter. But I anticipate that if there's a question that's objectionable, you're going to object.
But just before we open this, am I allowed to could I redirect Dr. Katzenstein and say the letter complaining, the complaints about Ms. Beatty's care were coming from lawyers for the Kowalskis?
Does it matter whether it comes from Mr. Kowalski or the lawyer?
To me, it does.
Why?
Because she's getting a letter from a lawyer complaining about Ms. Beatty's conduct that were the same complaints that they were bringing to the dependency court based on hearsay. I mean,
sit down, Elaine John.
I'm being asked to.
She
to
keeps
rule
popping out
on
of her chair.
hypothetical questions to and redirect to questions that have not yet been asked. It's very difficult to make that ruling. All I'm saying is the witness can be shown this letter to refresh her recollection if necessary. I'm not necessarily saying that the question that he's going to ask is going to be allowed. And this letter obviously is not in evidence, nor do I anticipate it's coming in evidence. Okay. Anything else, or can we bring in the jury? Let's bring in the jury. Let's get the doctor.
Judge, the letter's still up.
Yeah, let's get the letter down, please. The letter's off the screen. The jury's not in. Yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you did not see any media coverage. Is that correct? Okay. And we're now in cross-examination. And Doctor, you're still here.
Now, Dr. Katzenstein, you are PhD, not a medical, correct?
And Katzenstein.
I'm sorry, Katzenstein. Dr. Katzenstein, reviewing your records, it looks like you just had a couple of actual diagnoses, if I'm correct. And is it true that during this period of time, this 97 days that Maya was there at the hospital, that you were the only therapist working with Maya? Psychological therapist, that is.
Psychological therapist, to my knowledge, yes. There was a music therapist as well.
I understand. But in terms of the psychology of meeting with Maya and trying to work through that, you were the only one.
Yes.
Is that right? And you met with her approximately, what, 8 times, actually meeting with her?
I think in total, per my notes, 10 times with her.
Okay. But were some of those just for like a minute or two?
No, I have 10 notes with documented time.
Of 20 minutes or 25 minutes, is that right?
Correct, or more.
Okay, one or the other.
20 minutes or more.
Okay, well, it says 20 minutes on all of them, does it not, specifically, except for one that says 25 minutes?
I have a 35, a 21, a 25, a 25, a 20, 20, 45, plus a 60 initial.
Okay, so you had 60, 45. So all in all, did you ever total up approximately how many hours you had?
I did.
And how many hours?
In total of time that was documented, in which I did not document time on 7 notes, I had 5 hours.
5 hours. And this was over 97 days.
This was over the period of short, I believe less than that, because I wasn't consulted until the 10th meeting with the family on the 12th.
So, take a week off, maybe 90 days, 3
90
months.
days.
All right. 5 hours. All right. So if the jury were to go back and take a look at the billing records from Aetna, then they should really only see approximately 5 hours of your time for counseling. Is that right?
I haven't seen my billing
Oh,
records, and
boy.
I don't always bill based upon time because
Oh, you don't?
certainly some minimum amount of time would not have reached the standard to drop a bill.
Well, you billed under certain insurance diagnosis codes, did you not?
I would have billed CPT codes, which are the billing codes.
Right. And if we could pull up.
Right, he says.
Say again? It's in evidence. All right, and it's in evidence. Insofar as what you actually billed for, would you agree with me? It was complex regional pain syndrome.
I would have to see the bills. I don't know.
Sure. I would refresh your recollection to see an email back from Aetna, the health insurance carrier, about the specific diagnosis code you used.
I would have to see the bill that was dropped related to the note
Well-
because that changes with the insurance carrier.
I understand. But we're talking about, and in evidence, are the billing records from Aetna Health. You understand that?
I don't see them.
That's okay. And so what I'm asking you is, insofar as what you billed under for Aetna Health, will you agree with me it was complex regional pain syndrome?
I don't know. I'd have to see the records.
Show
All right. We'll refresh your recollection at all to see an actual message back from Aetna to, in this case, Beata Kowalski during this time, which sets forth exactly what code and what it meant.
If you could provide the CPT code, that would be helpful.
Sure. Can we bring up then what's in evidence is trial exhibit 2438-003. And I recognize it's kind of hard to see, but if we could focus in a little bit on that code down there. It's like in the center. G90, is that a 90.50?
0.
Unfortunately, this is still the ICD code. It's not the CPT code.
Okay, and what's the difference?
The CPT code are the billable types. So my billable CPTs are the way that you define what you did during that session, whereas the ICD code is what's presented here, and that's the specific diagnosis code. So there's 2 pieces to each bill, an ICD code and a CPT code. So you need the diagnosis plus what you did in combination.
So here, do they not specifically address Jennifer Katzenstein and a specific charge for professional services on a specific date, that being October 13th, 2015?
I see that, but I would have to see what I billed, not what the insurance company is passing along.
All right, so you think it's an insurance company's mistake?
They
that
made a
it's
mistake?
Complex regional pain syndrome?
Sustained.
I can't know without seeing what I billed.
Did you ever check that?
I did not check that.
All right, and so are you telling the jury then if they go through it and they see a bunch of G90.50 on the Aetna billing, that is not complex regional pain for you?
Objection, foundation argument.
Sustained.
I would have to know.
I'm just trying to figure out how,
Oh, man.
looking at the bill.
That's your name. That's your name right there. We've responded to the something for Maya on date of service 10/13/2016 in the amount of $1,204 from Jennifer Katzenstein. Oh, man. That's your name, ma'am. It's right there. This claim was based or billed for the following DX code, diagnosis codes. There it is, complex regional pain syndrome. This is the billing fraud.
The jury would figure out how much you actually billed Aetna for your services, particularly for complex regional pain disorder.
Yeah. So to understand billing, what you have highlighted here is an amount that would have been associated with the CPT code.
Okay.
So in order for me to understand what I had billed and recall what I had billed from that time, I would need to see both numbers, that ICD code of the diagnosis and the CPT code of what services I billed.
That's what you would need, correct?
What I would need per what I entered into the electronic medical record.
Through the course of this, then, I see that you really had one reoccurring diagnosis here, and that was psychological factors affecting other medical conditions. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was the diagnosis you traveled under?
That was the diagnosis that I gave at the initial visit with the family.
And that stayed as your number one diagnosis throughout your records, did it not?
It maintained to me that there was a psychological component to an ongoing medical condition.
Well, right below that on your record, you say rule out somatic symptom disorder as per medical record. Is that right?
I don't have the note up, but yes, I believe that's correct.
And when you say rule out, that means you've ruled that out, correct?
Rule out means it's something that you're keeping on your radar. This is my first visit with the family. I spent 1 hour with them, and oftentimes it takes many visits to determine what the appropriate diagnosis is. So when you leave a rule out on your diagnostic list, it means that it's staying on your radar as something to think about.
All right. And so I never saw anywhere in your records
That's what
where
rule
you
out means?
ruled out.
Rule out means keep it in? What, rule out? That doesn't make sense. Does that make sense to anyone listening? I know we have some medical people in the audience. Do doctors write rule out when they've decided to keep it in as a possibility? Rule out? Ruled out means to keep it on your radar? Since when? Since when? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. They think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. Okay, but just FYI, I did just look up the ICD-10 codes, and here we have G90.59 is the billable specific ICD-10 CM code that can be used to indicate a diagnosis for reimbursement purposes for complex regional pain syndrome. So I could not find, though, CPT codes, whatever those are. So I don't know. I'm imagining that they do have these CPT codes somewhere in the bills, right? They must. So pull it up, Anderson.
That Maya was not having CRPS as a primary diagnosis. Is that true?
That would be on my
Let's go back. What was that question?
radar as something to think about.
All right. And so I never saw anywhere in your records where you ruled out that Maya was not having CRPS as a primary diagnosis. Is that true?
That would be beyond my scope as a psychologist.
Well, in your records, it continuously says CRPS is one of the diagnoses. Did you ever generate or receive any of the medical records that said we're ruling out CRPS?
Objection, Compound Foundation.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
I did not, although it would be beyond the scope of my role as a psychologist to make that determination.
And you had to rely on others, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if they come in and say she has CRPS, then you're going to rely on that, right?
I rely on the medical team with me.
And so when you're talking about ruling it out, now once you have the diagnosis here and it remains CRPS, now you're in a position to rule out somatic symptoms to the extent you haven't already. True?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
You don't understand?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, if you're trying to rule out something based on the medical condition, because you don't know it, right? Or you're not sure of it.
Correct.
And then you become sure of it or you know it, you can rule it out, correct?
I'm not sure at this point in time if I was sure or not sure of it.
of the diagnosis of CRPS or ruling it out?
Either one, it wasn't within my domain to do that.
What?
In any event, psychological factors affecting other medical conditions, that is a distinct and different diagnosis than factitious disorder or conversion disorder, at least under DSM, right?
In the DSM-5.
And do you accept DSM-5 as authoritative source for
At
you
the time
in your
that
profession?
at the time that it was current, yes.
All right. So now
Oh, is it not current
this
anymore? They changed that thing so
involves
often.
factors with strike that. So now the other things you found were that there was no, from the history you took and the time you spent with Maya and her parents, you did not find the parents having disruptive behavior or oppositionality or harm towards others, did you?
During my first visit with the family, they were cooperative and engaging.
And they continue to be cooperative and engaging, did they not?
I only spoke with Dad after that time, and he continued to be cooperative.
Well, Mom was also invited to, or should have been invited to go to the cognitive behavioral therapy.
Objection approach.
This is about that document. This is what the fight's going to be about now. But the judge already ruled he's allowed to ask the question if she recalls. And that document says that Mom should have been involved. One of the things is that they never took away, the court, to my understanding, never took away the parents' right to consent to medical treatment. So the parents still retain their rights over this. That's why they should have been involved. That's why this is important, because they never took their rights away. Even though they were separated from their daughter, they still retained parental rights to okay or deny this medical treatment. And so they had to be involved. They were by law, legally invited to these, both parents, not just Dad, both parents invited to the care plan meetings. Do you see why this is important? And if they purposefully kept Mom out of those meetings, that wasn't the court. That would be the hospital. The court already ruled. The court had ruled, the dependency court, that Mom and Dad both retained that parental obligation, that parental right to her medical care, to being a part of it and having a say in it. So she should have been there.
All right. And
the objection is sustained.
So you did receive some notice that Kathy Beatty was potentially a problem in supervising, if you will, Maya, did you not?
It has been discussed.
Say again?
It has been discussed, yes.
You did know?
Not at the time, but after.
Well, did you know by, say, mid-November?
During the hospitalization, I wasn't aware of any concern.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to see a writing directly towards that?
Yes, please.
May I approach you?
Yeah, sure, to Mr. Shapiro first.
Again, I would just ask to approach it.
Okay.
You can review it, but don't answer anything right now.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Oh.
All right. Have you had the opportunity to refresh your recollection, ma'am?
I have.
And would you agree that as of
Ma'am,
November?
at this point, turn it over.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, would you agree that you were advised there were some problems with Kathy Beatty being involved?
Per this letter.
Object again to.
What?
Well,
Oh my
objection foundation.
God.
Overruled. You get it.
Overruled.
Per this letter, it indicates that there were concerns about Kathy and the supervised phone calls.
You did or did not?
I'm sorry.
You did or did not?
I just read that in the letter.
So you did know?
I thank you for refreshing my memory. I apparently knew on the date that I would have received that letter.
Okay. And that's all I was asking. And so now, following this, do you have any memory of actually checking to see how well things were working out between Kathy Beatty and Maya Kowalski?
There were team meetings and conversations, and I hope that I would have brought this up, but I don't have recollection of it specifically.
And did you ever do any background to check out whether Kathy Beatty was an appropriate person to be around this child?
Objection on our approach.
Shapiro really does not want this line of questioning. This is. Do you really think that the jury though is watching this happen and not understanding what's going on? The jury is totally getting the idea that, oh yeah, she was informed that Kathy Beatty was a problem. She absolutely was, and defense is trying to keep us from knowing it. I don't know how this helps him. Whether or not she gets out the answer, Shapiro stopping her from answering gives the jury all the information they need.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. Do you recall ever looking into whether Kathy Beatty was the appropriate person to be supervising Maya Kowalski directly?
Not at that time. I did not provide the staffing to social work at that time.
All right. And would you also agree with me that Sally Smith, around this time, was part of the treatment team that was treating Maya Kowalski?
Objection, foundation correct.
Overruled.
Sally Smith was an external provider contracted by DCF.
That's not really my question.
She was not
ma'am.
treating the patient in our organization, to my knowledge.
She was, I didn't catch it. She was or was not part of the treatment team?
To my knowledge, she was not treating the patient in our organization. She was part of DCF.
So does that mean she was or was not part of the treatment team at Johns Hopkins?
DCF is a separate entity and she was contracted separately.
Would it refresh your recollection to see an email regarding this from Friday, December 9th, 2016 to you?
Yes, please.
Can I approach you on?
You may have it show Mr. Shapiro first.
Does that, I'm sorry, go ahead and read.
You can turn it over once you're finished reading.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you or others thought that Sally Smith was part of the treatment team for Maya Kowalski?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Well, also stated as it relates to or others, what her knowledge is what.
To her knowledge.
Or you said or others, so I'm sustaining it because you said or others.
Oh, I'm sorry. That she thought, or strike it. Did you then, having your memory refreshed, remember that Sally Smith was indeed part of the treatment team?
I do not recall this email. It was quite a bit of time ago, but in this statement, she was gathering the treatment team. I don't know that that makes her a treating member of the team.
She was just gathering them together.
Have a conversation about what's been happening and gathering information.
All right. And so as of, let's see, it would have been, you started really treating on October, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th in there?
The consult received on the 10th. The first time I was able to meet with the family was on the 13th.
All right. And so as of the 13th, your diagnosis was the same thing we talked about, the psychological factors affecting other medical conditions. Is that right?
Correct.
And that diagnosis in and of itself does not present a danger to the child, does it?
That
Objection again. I need to approach on this.
Mr. Anderson's going to re-ask the question.
Well, that's going to be very interesting to do.
Oh man, I was
Would you
muted
agree with
again.
me that at this point, the time?
The microphone is winning today. I'm sorry. All I said was, I don't think this is playing well for the jury. And now the judge is going to let her answer the question. I mean, the judge is sitting there through all this. And all I can think is, if I'm on the jury, why are you wasting my damn time? Stop wasting my time.
Time you reach this diagnosis, psychological factors affecting other medical conditions, that diagnosis, the diagnosis that you reached, did not involve any danger to Maya Kowalski.
Same objection, Your Honor, and same record.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
So in that case of that diagnosis, that is specific to the patient. And at that point in time, what I was seeing was stress and anxiety that were exacerbating the symptoms of pain.
And at that point, based on the record that you mentioned, with Maya not being in any, I got to figure out if I can ask this question.
How could I be on mute? I hit it. I hit the thing. It doesn't matter. I wasn't saying anything important. I'm just fast forwarding, saying, come on, guys, hurry this up. This is painful. The reason why I keep muting myself is because I am working on my my Thug Life judge meme, which I have to change because I got hit with copyright for using Snoop Dogg's song. So even a couple seconds, they get you, and they took down my whole stream on day 20. So I had to take it out, and now I have to change it so that we can look at the judges. Look at the screenshot. Look at the pause. Look at the judge. He's so done. He's like, oh my God. Let's see that happen in real time. That's funny.
And finally, you testified previously about potential rewards for Maya, I guess, cooperating, trying harder?
For working with the behavior chart where we would set clear goals.
All right. Well, in point of fact, she didn't receive a single one of those, did she?
I honestly do not remember.
Never checked to see whether she actually got a henna design on her hand or a coloring book, Shopkins, makeup, any of those?
I believe she did receive some things. There were a number of coloring materials, Shopkins, and at the time, again, before COVID, we had people coming into the hospital to do haircuts and be able to do those types of things. So I can't say with certainty that she did or did not receive them, except for the gelato. I do remember the gelato.
You never saw any of those things except for the gelato.
I saw the gelato.
Playing his song on a kazoo. That's hilarious. I'm just choosing one of those Apple ones that are like nondescript kind of songs that don't come with any copyright.
Dr. Katzenstein, I think you mentioned earlier from your perspective, Dr. Sally Smith was conducting her own investigation separate and apart from what you were doing at All Children's. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Your medical evaluation, let me clarify, your neuropsychological evaluation was independent and your own, true?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. That's all I have at this time.
Anything based on those couple of questions?
From the plaintiff, no, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you have questions?
Bet your ass they have questions. I sure as shit would have questions. Let's
Okay,
keep
do not do any
moving along. We all know this is going to take a while. I wonder if we can hear them. No, he's turned off the microphone. All right, here we go. Hello. Bring in the jury.
Okay, please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation, and you did not receive any information. Is that correct? Correct. And has anyone approached you about this case? Have you seen any media accounts? Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to be able to ask almost all of the questions. Dr. Katzenstein, I said that properly.
That was
right?
perfect. Thank you.
The jury has a few questions.
I see.
What was the date of the letter regarding Kathy Beatty?
Oh, thank you for your questions. I have them up here. Am I allowed to refer?
You can look, just tell us the date.
Okay, November 18th, 2016.
And was that letter directed to you?
It is addressed to me. Yes.
That's all I'm going to be able to ask as to that. Next question. Why was Maya's statement about being afraid of the scary movie she saw in Mexico significant?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really
Why was
good
it?
question. When we were doing that guided journaling, I asked her about her biggest fear. And she's in the hospital right now, separated from her parents. And in her perception, quite a bit of pain, and receiving PT and cognitive behavioral therapy with me. And when asked what her biggest fear was to write about, she chose the movie The Ring.
Next question.
Does not
Why
make
did
any
you
sense.
not make... Okay, let me reread it again. Why did you not make an appointment to see Maya instead of just showing up?
Oh, this is a very good question because it's how our lives function when clinically you have a full out.
Yeah, why didn't you make an appointment? If it's just so important that she get your therapy, why didn't you make an appointment? Oh, that's a very good question. It's just the way we do things.
Patient schedule, and you need to be in the hospital. So think about when you go to a doctor's appointment and your doctor is back to back to back all day long. I'm trying to find time, honestly, to squeeze over, to run over to the hospital to be able to do the consultations that need to be done for my census, and then get back to my desk either for my next patient or me.
So you don't make appointments for these things? It seems like that's more difficult. Seems to me like that's a really unorganized way to run your business. So you don't make appointments. You just hope that you can squeeze in the shit you have to do. Give me a break.
Meeting or to follow up on clinical work. So when you're balancing the two of those, sometimes they're unpredictable. And if you have a no-show, then you have time to run over, but that can be challenging. Sometimes you can call over and say, is Maya available, or are parents there? But then also sometimes when you come over there, you're more likely to even find them because they might run to get a cup of coffee or something might be happening. So you're balancing trying to track the family down versus everything else that you have ongoing outpatient.
Next question. Would
But
you
you
expect a medical
You
doctor?
didn't balance it very well, though, did you? You're not balancing your work very well if you don't make appointments. That's bullshit.
Next question. Would you expect a medical doctor to own a DSM?
To own one?
It's another great question.
Oh, to
a
own the manual.
psychiatrist is a medical doctor, and sometimes that can be confusing because I'm a psychologist, which means I have a PhD, and a psychiatrist would have an MD. So yes, I would expect an MD to have a DSM.
But not you.
However, not all physicians, not all MDs and specialties would I expect to have that, and many I would be very surprised if they did.
What is the current DSM?
The current DSM is the DSM-5 text revision. So the one that was current at the time of this admission was the DSM-5. And since that time, there's been an updated edition of the text revision. It says DSM-5.
Oh, so they caught that. I caught that too. I was like, what do you mean the most recent version? So it's already changed? The DSM-5. How often does this fucking thing change? Seems like every month.
5TR after it.
What was, or when was it released, the DSM-5?
Gosh, that's a very good question.
That I don't answer.
Probably 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago. I don't know exactly, but it came out during COVID, which is really just a time. Yeah.
The question is, wouldn't allodynia make and henna application painful?
I can't speak to that. I personally have not received henna, so I can't tell you how that feels or it doesn't feel, or what someone's perception of pain might be in that situation.
Why did Nemours require an IQ test to transfer?
That's a great question as well. Our transfers, when we go to another organization to ask for a patient to be accepted, have different requirements. And so I can't speak to why Nemours would require that. But I was asked to do it because I make the assumption that that's part of the criteria they're asking for in considering the transfer.
Do you know, with your background, does CRPS have a component of stress/anxiety?
For CRPS and other pain conditions, there is often stress and anxiety, and that is why cognitive behavioral therapy and working with a therapist or a psychologist is a key component of the treatment plan.
How many children with CRPS have you treated or been involved with their treatment at the time you were involved with Maya's treatment?
At the time of Maya's treatment, I had no other patients with a diagnosis of CRPS.
You were asked by counsel if the Kowalskis asked to leave the hospital prior to meeting with you. Would you know that if you had not met with them?
I may or may not know that in a typical situation. However, in this case, I was not aware of that.
Who was in charge of giving Maya the reward she earned, and when did that go into effect? What date?
So unfortunately, per my recollection, we weren't putting the behavior chart together with the clear goals as quickly as we would have liked. And so typically in that situation, our child life team members, along with myself and physical therapy, would get together to discuss that. But we weren't able, to my recollection, to put that together and put it in place.
At one point in your written report, you mentioned that Maya, quote, was in an altered state of mind, end quote. Is that correct?
Oh, I would have to see that note. Altered mental status, I believe is the words I would have used.
I also believe you said that was when Beata was in the room. Is that correct?
In my first time meeting with the family, that is when she did not participate in the session. And I did note in my mental status that she had an altered mental status, and mom and dad were both present.
Did you say that Beata was answering your questions to or about Maya, and Maya was, well, in a different state of mind? The term you used, quote, altered state of mind, end quote, sounds a bit Twilight Zone-ish. Could it be that Maya knew her mother could best answer in a more knowledgeable and coherent way than Maya could as a young child? So Maya was just occupying herself in quote, kid things, end quotes, while the adults talked and was not in, quote, in an altered state of mind.
It's a great question. In many cases, when I am working with children in this age, they let their parents answer because their parents have typically answered or because their parents have the words and the information. However, in this case, I noted it because she had been conversing with me previously and was not engaging. And the altered mental status means that she didn't seem to be present as much with us. And so even if I have a patient who is coloring or playing a lot of times with toys that we have in the room, then a lot of times the kids are still listening and present with us.
I recall you stated that you worked for All Children's Hospital. Is that correct, in 2016?
In 2016, I was employed, yes, by All Children's Hospital.
There were a number of meetings that seemed to be missed because Maya was elsewhere. This therapy being important, was there any reason why other staff had Maya out when she was to see you?
Damn, because she never made appointments, most likely, because you just heard that she just shows up when she wants to, when she can.
Thank you. It's difficult to manage everyone. Again, our physical therapists are coming in when they have time and they're managing a significant caseload. I'm coming in as I have time. So it's a great opportunity, of course, to make a schedule that everyone can abide to, but unfortunately it doesn't always work out that clearly.
It seems like it never works out that way. It seems like the vast majority of your therapy didn't get done. You thought it was so important, but didn't get done.
Okay. Were these meetings on a patient schedule or calendar?
That question is from the nurse. The nurse on the jury is like, this is bullshit. There's a patient schedule. There is a calendar. The appointments are on there. You don't just, this hospital is chaotic. This hospital is poorly run. Poorly run. I've said that from the beginning. The risk management team is poorly run. The administration is poorly run. Nobody knows jack shit about anything happening in that hospital. This one, the psychologist doesn't show up when she's supposed to. She doesn't have a schedule. She's just willy-nilly, just whatever. This hospital is full of shit. This is a place you should never go. Do not go to All Children's because they are poorly run, and you'll fall between the cracks, or you'll get accused of child abuse, or people won't show up to do the therapy that supposedly your kid needs. Don't go there, folks. Go someplace else.
No, there was no patient schedule or calendar.
Oh, no patient schedule or calendar? The nurse on the jury is going to lose her shit right now. I guarantee you. I have been in hospitals. I have seen I was just in one in April with my mom. She had a patient calendar. She had her appointments written on there by which specialist was coming and when she was going to radiology and when she was doing this test and when there's a whiteboard. And they come in and they mark down everything they're doing. The nurse on charge, the name is there, and like all your appointments for the day. This is bullshit. If they don't have a client chart, a client of a patient schedule, that's bullshit.
To my knowledge or recollection.
And I apologize, I didn't finish the rest of the question.
Sorry.
No, I thought that was the end of the question. Let me just re-ask it. Were these meetings on a patient schedule or calendar so staff at All Children's Hospital would know to have Maya available?
No.
That's a great question. That's something that we really work towards. Unfortunately,
that when people say that's a great question, what they're doing is buying time. Or when they repeat the question back, you're buying time.
At that time, we didn't have a really clear system in place to be able to do that. And we continue to work on that even to this day.
Not only do we not have the capability of doing it back then, we're still not doing it now.
Any follow-up?
Just briefly.
Boy, she looks like she's in pain.
A very good question about trying to get a regular therapy session. Was that one of the reasons why you were advocating or recommending to the Kowalski's transfer to Nemours?
Yes, it was difficult for us. We did not have a comprehensive pain treatment program at that time that would have scheduled appointments and have OT and PT and cognitive behavioral therapy coordinated. And Nemours was doing that, and they still do it really beautifully.
Thank you.
At that point, Nemours did not have an inpatient CRPS treatment program, did they?
My understanding at that time, they had an intensive outpatient program.
It was outpatient. They did have an inpatient psychological psychiatric program, did they not?
I do not know. Currently, to my knowledge, Nemours does not have inpatient psychiatric treatment.
All right. When you said an altered state of mind, the fact that a child doesn't respond to you, that doesn't warrant a diagnosis of altered state of mind in and of itself, does it?
There is no diagnosis of altered state of mind.
Because you don't have any answers from the child, correct? The child just doesn't answer.
I'm sorry, can you ask?
Wasn't your concern that the child was not responding to you as well?
My concern at that first appointment was that Maya was not engaging as she had previously.
Right. She was not engaging with you, for instance, because she was happy to see her folks. That could be a reason, true?
That could be one reason.
Right. She could be not responding to you because she was tired.
That could be a reason.
She could not be responding to you because maybe she didn't trust you as an agent of Johns Hopkins.
All of these are options, reasons why. However, in that situation, she had previously spoken with me.
It could be that at the time she was on so many different meds, it was hard to tell exactly what her base level was. True?
I can't speak to that. I haven't seen her medications and I'm not a physician.
Well, hang on.
Wait
You
a minute.
didn't
You didn't
look
know
to see
what she
what
was on?
medications the child was on
What kind
at
of
the time
psychologist are you?
were examining her?
It would be beyond the scope as a psychologist to be managing
What?
medications.
I'm not asking about managing medication.
It's beyond the scope of a psychologist to understand what medications the patient is on when those medications could alter her psychological state. She was on opioids. She was on things that alter your mental state. No good psychologist would not be interested in what medications the patient is on. That's absurd. That's absurd. How do you do a psychological examination if you are ignorant of what medications the patient's on and which ones alter the psychological state? That's absurd. These people think we're stupid. This is crazy. And I don't even think those glasses are real, by the way. Those are a prop. She doesn't wear glasses. She's just trying to look smarter. And it's not
I'm asking
working.
you whether you were aware, for instance, that Maya at that time was on tramadol,
I would have to see the notes.
Valium,
I would have to see the notes.
Ativan.
The objection, lack of foundation.
Sustained.
There's no lack of foundation. What?
Is it true that any one of those have significant psychological potential impairments?
Yes.
I can't speak to that. I'm not
Oh,
a
you
physician. I do
can't?
not prescribe medication.
As a psychologist treating patients in a hospital, aren't you supposed to have a basic understanding of how their medicine can affect their cognitive performance on any test you're giving them?
And you don't think it's important to know whether the child has got multiple mind-altering substances in their system at the time you're interviewing it?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled. You can answer that one.
I was interviewing her. She had been in the hospital for a period of time and she had been interactive with me.
But you had no baseline because you never saw her without all of those drugs in her system. True?
I can't speak to the days prior in which I did engage with her.
Any further questions?
Just very briefly. If you could bring up Joint Exhibit 1001-3826. And for the sake of expedience, Dr. Katzenstein represents you. This is your note of October 13th when it comes up. 100138.
Don't forget to hit that like button. It helps the algorithm if you're enjoying the coverage. Please do so on Rumble as well. Don't forget to follow me on meganfox.locals.com. That's where all the notifications are. YouTube is asshole.
I had to push the button. That was all me.
So ID 10013826, please. And then under the histories, do you see this? I just wanted to see if you could clarify the jury. There was discussion of what terms you use. Can you describe what you meant by altered mental status in this note, Doc?
I wrote altered mental status. Maya's pain and current emotional status impacts her ability to report. Her parents provided history described below.
In previous or subsequent interactions with Maya, were you able to determine that she was very interactive and conversant regarding her medical care?
Yeah.
So is what you're describing here a change from when her mom's in the room versus when her mom is not in the room?
Objection. Leave.
Are you just, let me just ask you, based on your observations of mine, did you notice a difference in Maya's interactive level depending on who's in the room?
On this date, I noted a difference. I did not make assumptions beyond pain and current emotional status.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
No.
We've got some more questions.
More questions
How many
from
do
the
we have?
jury. Oh, you're screwed.
Okay, we'll just stay here.
Lady, you're screwed. This jury is not putting up with any of your bullshit. Boy, you guys, I mean, So based on all of this,
Doctor,
none of
just
these
to clarify,
witnesses have been good for the hospital. The jury is still solidly on the plaintiff's side.
the Shopkins and Gelato treat.
Wait,
Doctor, just to clarify, the Shopkins and Gelato treat you testified Maya received were not part of the reward chart you created with her because it actually never got put into place.
That was my understanding, that it didn't get put into place, but also our child life team is pretty fantastic and they knew things that she would like, so they may have just been things that they got her at that time. But to my knowledge, that behavior chart did not get put into place.
Do you know where the Shopkins and the Gelato came from?
I do not. We have a number of very generous people who donate to the hospital, and there are rooms and rooms of toys. And so I'm assuming that it came from one of those places.
Thank you very much.
I have one question.
Sure.
And this is on Joint Exhibit 1001 3759. 3759. I'll represent you, Doctor.
how many
This is your note
cauldrons
from
do
December
you
20th.
own?
And these were the potential rewards that you were sending.
Bring
out
in
for
the
Maya.
duck.
And was this part of your plan?
Your Honor,
incentive
permission
behavior?
to bring in the duck.
And I just think because the jury had the question,
Your Honor, we're going to need a duck
this would have been about
and a scale.
3 weeks or so before Maya was discharged from our treatments.
Will you remind me the date?
Okay,
I
yeah.
trust you.
This was towards the end of her hospitalization.
Okay. Yes, this was in the second half to later third.
That's fine.
In truth, you have no idea where the Shopkins came from.
Is that the question?
That was my question. And she said, I think no.
I said correct. I didn't know exactly where they came from.
May I ask one more question? Last one. Was the list of rewards, those are what Maya had conveyed to you that she had wanted?
Yes, they were directly from Maya.
Okay, thank you.
May this witness be excused at this time?
Yes,
yes, but still under.
You need to remain under subpoena, which means you can leave for today, but you might get called back.
Okay, so no, nothing, no media.
I'm sorry?
No watching anything, no.
No watching.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please don't watch anything.
Defense, your next witness, please.
It'll be a few minutes.
You're suggesting it's a good time for a break? Members of the jury, let's try to keep this to no more than 10 minutes. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. You have to do the investigation.
All right, they're going on a break. And then there's a witness that looks like Lyle Lovett coming up.
Rather than the traditional 8.
Oh my God! Who is this? Who is this?
Tell us.
Is he wearing a tuxedo? What the hell is happening here? Listen, we don't have time for squats right now because I have to leave in 15 minutes. So we gotta get to as much of this as we possibly can. But what the hell is happening with this witness? Sir, are you auditioning for Pee-wee's Playhouse, the redo?
Hey, please, court.
What is
tell us your name, please.
Richard Andrew Elliott.
And what is your occupation?
I am an anesthesiologist.
Wait a minute.
And
Wait a minute.
by whom are you employed?
Hold on. I thought the other guy was Dr. Elliott, the guy with the beard. Was that not Dr. Elliott? So this is Dr. Elliott, the anesthesia. Well, who is that other guy?
Johns Hopkins, all children's specialty physicians.
Okay. Would you tell us where you got your undergraduate and medical training, please?
Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Certainly. I am from Ohio, and I did a rather unique program, a 6-year BSMD program, where I did my bachelor's degree and my MD in 6 years rather than the traditional 8. And that was through Kent State University in Ohio, as well as a medical school there called Northeast Ohio Medical University.
Okay. And you got your.
Is that a rug? I think that's glued on hair. You guys, he just dipped his head down, and there's something really strange about the scalp area. I think that might be a glued on toupee.
MD from there?
Yes.
And where did you go after that?
I moved to Baltimore for my postgraduate training. I did an internship at a MedStar hospital.
Possibly spray on hair?
Called Union Memorial Hospital in Baltimore. And then I did my general anesthesia training at the Johns Hopkins Hospital there with the School of Medicine. And then I subsequently spent extra time doing pediatric training for an additional year after that.
Okay. And when did you complete so you did a residency and then a fellowship?
Yes.
And when did you complete your fellowship training?
I finished my fellowship in 2003.
And fellowship was in what field?
Pediatric anesthesiology.
And did you become board certified in any specialty?
Yes, I have 3 board certifications currently. I'm board certified in general anesthesia, pediatric anesthesia, as well as medical acupuncture.
Okay. And where have you, well, tell us where you went to work after you finished your fellowship.
So after fellowship, I actually was in private practice for almost 2 years. I was in practice around DC at a community hospital there that I worked in conjunction with DC Children's for about 2 years. And then I wasn't doing as many children as I would like at that point. And so I ended up going back to Hopkins in 2004, end of 2004, really like December of 2004, to join faculty there doing both anesthesia and pain.
Okay. And how long were you at Johns Hopkins in Maryland?
I was there until December of 2013. That's how long. So basically about almost 10 years.
Yeah, there is something with the men in this trial and their hair. Every single one of them who are balding are very, very concerned about it. This, I'm calling it, I think it's a toupee too. You can see the circle. It's either sewn on, it might be sewn on or glued on, but this is not real hair. No, I don't think so.
9 years.
And where did you go in 2013?
In 2013, I moved down to St. Petersburg and joined the group at All Children's Hospital.
Okay. And what is your role? Well, what role did you undertake at All Children's Hospital when you
That
moved there?
is what he said.
Yeah, so
I wasn't
I'm an
doing
employed
as many
physician there, but
children as I
my
would
roles
like.
include.
I wasn't. What does that mean? He did say that. Oh God, they weren't giving me access to as many children as I wanted.
Really recruitment to do help enhance their regional anesthesia and pain management program was my main reason for going there career-wise.
Okay. And what do you do at Johns Hopkins today?
So today I'm currently the director of inpatient pain management, and I also so I split my time
They
between
deny little
the
girls
OR,
pain medication.
as well as inpatient acute pain management, and I also do outpatient chronic pain management.
I ignore
And,
patients with
Is that
pain.
what you were doing in 2016?
Yes, except for we had not started. We were working on getting our outpatient clinic up and running at the time. It was not active at that time.
So in 2016, tell the jury what the scope of your practice was and what your professional activities consisted of.
Sure. So obviously my care for patients revolved around the perioperative period or peri-procedural period, putting kids to sleep and making them comfortable for surgery or other things, MRIs, other diagnostic studies, as well as managing pain on the inpatient side. We have a pain service that's a consulting service that we staff with both physicians and APPs, meaning advanced practice providers like nurse practitioners or physician assistants that we work to help manage pain in all its forms for hospitalized patients.
Okay. Now, tell the jury, if you would, what the scope of your practice is or was in 2016 in managing inpatient chronic pain consultations.
So back then, and as I say, we get a fair number of chronic pain patients in the hospital, whether they've had surgery or they've had other things going on. We get involved with their care. In most of the time, we're consulted by the primary service, meaning the pediatricians, to help with that.
So that could be pediatricians or intensivists.
Surgeons, intensivists, anyone that would like our advice on managing.
This is a really good point, though, Sharpie. You know, a guy who wears such an obvious toupee, it is a lie. It's a lie. It says a lot about you. Like, it says you're willing to lie to the world. Why would you not be willing to lie about anything else? Your entire persona is based on a lie.
Pain for a variety of reasons, acute and chronic pain.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you now have a outpatient chronic pain practice.
That's correct.
Tell the jury about what that is all about.
Yeah, so just like any physician, we have a clinic in the outpatient setting where we make appointments with patients and they can be referred to us to help manage their pain in an outpatient setting. And a lot of that also involves, we have a multidisciplinary pain program. So all our patients that come to us are met not only by one of the pain doctors, of which we have 4, they're also met by our pain psychologists. They're also met by our physical therapy colleagues, and we meet with the parents as well as the child, and do a 2-hour visit for our first visits, as well as then we do follow-ups from that, as well as follow-up appointments from patients that we've seen in the hospital that need further care that we manage.
So, but to be clear, that outpatient pain clinic was not in operation in 2016.
That's correct.
When did y'all start that?
I believe it was. Don't quote me on this, but I believe it was around 2018 or 2019 that we really got that fully established. Somewhere in that. It was definitely not at that time, but probably at least a year later or so, we were working on the logistics of that.
So as of 2016, there was not an outpatient chronic pain clinic per se.
That's correct.
At Johns Hopkins All Children's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But you were consulting on chronic pain patients on an inpatient basis.
That's correct.
Okay. And as part of your experience in training up to that point, had you had any experience with chronic regional pain syndrome?
Yes, of course. Throughout from day one of my training, throughout my career, from the time I finished my training in 2003 to now, and this which has been 20 years, it's hard to believe. I've managed patients with CRPS. It's not a common condition in children, but certainly had and I interacted with in Baltimore. We had we were associated with Kennedy Fever Institute, and they had a chronic pain program there that we were associated with and involved in during my time there. So yes, I've seen that, and now we actually have our own CRPS program.
Okay. As of 2016, were you familiar with the treatment of pediatric chronic regional pain syndrome?
Yes, I was very familiar with that, and
Move
obviously involved working
along,
with patients with that, but it's well versed in that. Yes.
And what does the treatment of pediatric chronic regional pain syndrome consist of, or what did it consist of as you were familiar
Right,
with
this
it
is
in 2016?
important.
Yeah, it really hasn't changed in that time period, but the basis for treating pediatric CRPS really revolves kind of around functional restoration, meaning physical therapy, occupational therapy, as well as what we call cognitive behavioral therapy, which is a form of psychological intervention to name it. So those are pretty much the standard treatment for pediatric CRPS to this day at children's hospitals throughout the United States.
How come they are never mentioning anesthetic therapy? Because don't tell me they aren't giving anesthetic treatment to kids with CRPS. They do. Whether it's the Valium or the propofol or the tramadol or whatever. But notice how they're avoiding saying that they treat it with anesthetics.
In your chronic pain practice, did you also have occasion to encounter pediatric patients who were suffering from functional neurologic disorder or conversion disorder?
Yes, for sure. It's not uncommon for patients with CRPS to also have either have a comorbid conversion disorder or be misdiagnosed with
To have both?
with one or the other. But it's not uncommon to have functional neurologic disorder with CRPS.
And how does strike that. What, as of 2016, what was the treatment with which you were familiar of pediatric conversion disorder,
believe you,
or
Flux.
pediatric functional neurologic disorder?
The treatment is very similar to that of CRPS. It consists of very much, returning patients to function. And it's important to highlight that, whether it's CRPS or functional neurologic syndrome, we believe patients and they have true pain and issues. So the treatment really is the same for both of them. It's really physical therapy, occupational therapy, and then cognitive behavioral therapy is
You
the
all said
treatment
she
for both
wasn't in
of those
pain.
conditions.
Where does this we believe patients
conversion disorder, functional neurologic disorder, both of those are psychological factors, psychiatric conditions. Define what those are for the jury.
Yeah, the functional neurologic disorder or symptom disorder is defined in the DSM, which is really, considered a psychiatric diagnosis. However, when we see patients with that, we don't treat them any different, and we believe that they have pain, and we don't.
But you didn't. But you didn't believe her. You did not. That's bullshit. You didn't believe her. Why
Say that it's in their head.
So if that's the standard of care that you believe them, why didn't you believe Maya or her parents?
So it's treated the same, and we focus on that their pain is real, whether it's CRPS or functional neurologic disorder, and we move forward with those interventions and support those interventions.
First question from the jury. So did you believe that Maya's pain was real? You just testified that you believe everybody. Did you believe Maya?
Interventions, the cognitive behavioral therapy, the PT, OT, to really get them back to functioning and reintegrated into being a normal kid.
So can you give the jury?
Why is his mustache totally different color than his hair? Will someone please explain this to me? It's because he's wearing a sewn-on toupee.
Some idea
and he dyes his head.
of what this physical therapy and occupational therapy that you're describing for CRPS and conversion disorder, what it consists of.
Yeah, sure. So it's important to understand that patients with whether it be CRPS or functional neurologic disorder, really the nature is that they want to avoid moving the extremity, avoid that pain. But the data in pediatrics shows that that's actually the wrong thing to do. That what happened in a lot of these, that the way the brain is firing is it perceives pain or other issues that aren't really there. And in order to kind of get that off switch, for lack of a better word, that off switch on again, you must do progressive physical therapy. And what I mean by that is you start very, very slow, and then basically work with them and increase that to get that extremity or what they need. Most often with CRPS or functional neurology, we're dealing with extremities. They need to use it. They cannot avoid to use it, because you'll never get that way your body works. Those where your body works. That on switch won't be turned off and start functioning normally until you do physical therapy with that. And there are actually MRI studies validating that, looking at kids.
Protection, bolstering, sustained.
Can't talk about
and moves and request for instructions.
The jury will disregard the comment about the studies.
Can't talk
All
about
right,
what
you
the
guys,
literature
I
says,
hate
talk
to
about
do
what you're
it.
experiencing.
I hate to do it, but I have to go. It's time for my senior to have her senior pictures. And so I'm going to take her for that. And then hopefully when I get back, we can reconvene and pick up where we left off with Dollar Store Pee Wee Herman here. Dang. Okay. I love you guys. I'll be back to cover the rest of this when I can. Thanks for hanging in there. Don't forget to follow me, meganfox.locals.com, because YouTube is asshole and they don't give me my notifications when I go live. But if you are following me on Locals, which doesn't cost any money to just follow me there and turn on notifications, download the app on your phone, meganfox.locals.com, get the Locals app on your phone, and then you'll know when I'm going live next time, hopefully tonight, so we can finish this up, finish up the rest of day 21. All right, guys, see you soon.
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. And my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've seen
problem is he
Tamara
should have
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yeah.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall what
and
we
some
went
holy
into,
water.
Mr. Jefferson,
cross,
towards
a crucifix on
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You realized his house was infested with
Just after
succubuses.
that, there's a picture here with you of what, yes. Do you recall what that was there
Succuloters.
when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she.
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my god.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why
Robert
you wanted to
Melvin
drown her.
Glacis, and that
Next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That is of Miss Vasquez.